Welcome to Method and Madness.
This is an ongoing conversation about great books hosted by writers Aaron Gwynn and Brad Kelly.
In each series, we figure out what makes a book like Moby Dick or Blood Meridian worth reading,
and how writers might learn from it in order to master their craft.
We'll also explore the labyrinth that lies beneath the novel,
and find out what it means to our most insightful friends. As I sit here writing this, I recognize that more than 30 years have passed. In the window before me, I can vaguely make out the reflection of my face. Apart from one eye, which is glistening, and the area immediately beneath, which dimly reflects a little light, the whole of the left side is in shadow. Two deep furrows divide my forehead. One deep furrow intersects each cheek. All of them as if filled with darkness, and with the eyes staring and serious, and the corners of my mouth deepening. It is impossible not to consider this face gloomy. What has engraved itself in my face? Today is the 27th of February. The time is 11:43 p.m. I, Karl Ove Knausgaard, was born in December 1968, and at the time of writing, I am 39 years old. I have three children, Vanya, Heidi, and John, and am in my second marriage to Linda Bostrom Knausgaard. All four are asleep in the rooms around me in an apartment. We have lived here for a year and a half. Apart from some parents of the children at Vanya and Heidi's nursery, we do not know anyone here. This is not a loss, at any rate not for me. I don't get anything out of socializing anyway. I never really say what I think, what I really mean, but always more or less agree with whomever I am talking to at the time, pretend that what they say is of interest to me, except when I am drinking, in which case, more often than not, I go too far the other way and wake up to the fear of having overstepped the mark. This has become more pronounced over the years and can now last for weeks. When I drink, I also have blackouts and completely lose control of my actions, which are generally desperate and stupid, but also on occasion desperate and dangerous. This is why I no longer drink. I do not want anyone to get close to me. I do not want anyone to see me. And this is the way things have developed. No one gets close, and no one sees me. This is what must have engraved itself in my face. This is what must have made it so stiff and mask-like and almost impossible to associate with myself whenever I happen to catch a glimpse of it in a shop window. Pretty hardcore.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's it's interesting. I don't know if I caught it when I don't know if I thought about it this way when I was reading the book, but there's a tremendous irony in this. No one gets close, no one gets to know me. And then he proceeds to write thousands of pages of some of the most intimate and vulnerable prose a person can write about themselves. Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
That's obvious to me now that you say it.
Yeah.
It didn't occur to me till just now when you said it.
Right.
That it goes for this. Yeah, this goes, no one can see me. There's no intimacy. I don't want this. And then, of course, he confesses everything.
Right, right. And everybody gets to know him. I mean, uh,
The entire
particularly,
world.
yeah, the entire world. And obviously, we're talking about Karl Ove's Karl Ove. I looked up ways to pronounce it. Apparently, it's Uva. I don't know, but
Uva, okay.
that's how I heard him say it one time. So, yeah, we're talking about my struggle, particularly the first volume, and something like 3 out of 5 people in Norway at least bought this book, if not read it.
That's
So,
insane to me.
right,
That's
yeah,
insane to me.
yeah, yeah. I mean, could you imagine? I mean, imagine 1 in 10 people buying your book in your country. It's basically an impossible expectation.
That would make a book the that would make, a novel published in America or whatever book published in America the most successful, the best-selling book of all time here.
Right.
That would be
Yes.
33 million copies sold.
Yeah. Nothing. I'm not sure if even the Bible quite sells like that.
It's really crazy to think about.
Mhm.
So let me ask you this. Why why do you think this became such a phenomenon? I have my own ideas about why so many people connected with it. I'm wondering if you had thoughts on reading this for the first time.
Yeah. I think, excuse me, I think, well, there's one way of looking at it is why was it so successful in Norway or in Scandinavia? And then I feel like obviously a related, but maybe a different question is why was it so popular, everywhere else? Um,
Right.
I think there's something to do in where he's from in Norway and in Scandinavia about from my understanding, and I'm not going to pretend to be any expert on Scandinavian culture, but it does seem like in that culture, writing a book like this is very transgressive in a way that it
Hmm.
isn't quite the case in the United States. I mean, the whole, I don't know if you're familiar with the what they call the law of Jante.
Hmm.
Um,
I don't know that. What
this
is that?
this notion, it was written. He mentions very briefly the writer. I think it's Jante or Jante, who was, I believe, Norwegian writer, possibly Finnish, and he basically outlined some sort of unwritten rules of Scandinavian culture, and they'd have to do with the fact that you don't stand out, you don't draw attention to yourself, you don't complain, you don't explain, you don't do what Knausgaard does in this book. Right.
Interesting.
And so for my impression is that in Norway to do this is pretty transgressive. And so I think you combine that with how artfully it's done, and it does kind of make sense. It's almost like, well, it's time for us to look at ourselves, you know. Um,
Right.
in the United States, it's a little, or in the, other outside of Scandinavia, it's a little. Obviously, it's an impeccable piece of craftsmanship. I mean, it's completely
Right.
lucid and beautiful and touching and compelling and interesting ways. But I don't know why it got this is not to say it's not great because it is, but I don't quite understand why it caught on, to be honest. What are your thoughts on that?
Hmm. Well, it's very difficult to say apart from the quality of a work of literature. It's very difficult to say why something begins to sell and why something gains momentum. So obviously the it becoming a literary sensation in Norway and in Scandinavian countries and then in Europe, um, builds this buzz for the book. Um, so I think that's part of it, but I don't know that there's been a work of auto fiction other than, I mean, Proust's In Search of Lost Time is kind of this in certain ways, but then there's still this veneer of fiction, whereas there's less of the veneer um, with Knausgaard's My Struggle and his willingness to dive into the mundane, which at
Mhm.
times there are parts of the book, and not just the first book, but across the arc of all six, where I'm less interested, and then parts where I'm riveted.
Hmm.
And there's something about the length that I think is attractive to a certain kind of reader because it's an accomplishment just to have read it,
Yeah.
which kind of places it in. I mean, it's obviously much longer than Infinite Jest, but it places it in that category of the kind of mega novel
Right.
where having read it is some kind of achievement. People feel like,
Yeah, and interestingly, having, in length, it's certainly comparable or exceeds works like, like Infinite Jest, but there's it's, I would say, orders of magnitude more accessible than a book like Infinite Jest or Thomas Pynchon's work or something like that. Um, you know, Infinite Jest is hard for people to get through. Um,
right?
I don't know that my struggle is, I could see somebody checking out and saying, I'm not really into it, but it's not because they're like, I don't know what the hell's going on. It
Yeah,
doesn't, you don't bounce off of this book that in that kind of way. Like you
I
could conceivably a more complicated or dense work.
I read Infinite Jest in '99 when I was
Mm.
recovering from a back surgery, and I was I just finished my master's degree. I was in the at the beginnings of really becoming serious about my own writing, and but I was still in the very much the mindset of the graduate student who is like, okay, I have this task ahead of me, and I'm gonna proceed methodically. So I did about 50 pages a day that summer. But, I read every blessed word and every
Every
footnote or
footnote.
end note and all that kind of stuff, right? And
Yeah.
so I don't want to detour into Wallace too much, but I mean, there's another book where there were parts of me that, oh, I'm sorry, there are parts of the book where I was less interested, and then
Mhm.
sections that I was completely riveted by the recovery stuff and the
Mhm.
character who becomes a mentor to Hal and all of that. Um, this is more accessible in that, like you say, there's no difficulty figuring out what's happening.
Right.
I I think the challenge is the way he dives into the banal,
Mhm.
and are readers willing to go that far down into this moment by moment um depiction of a life, recreation of a life?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the critic James Wood said, even when I was bored, I was interested in reading the first volume
Yes,
of My Struggle. And I broadly agree with that. Even reading this, even when I was bored, I was interested. And I mean, I want to ask you this, like, so, if you're sitting down to write, one of the things you might be thinking about is like, man, I can do a lot of stuff on the page here, but I can't be boring. Right.
that's right. Oh
Whatever I
gosh,
do, it's got to be interesting. It's got to captivate the reader. And if I can do
that's right.
that, I got a lot of wiggle room within that parameter, right?
That's right.
So, I mean, do you have a notion of how Knausgaard is pulling this off? Like, how is he boring us, but also getting us to read page after page after page? Or maybe boring isn't the right adjective. Maybe we need a more sophisticated adjective to
I
describe that.
I kind of like boring. I like boring as an adjective for this actually because
Mhm.
it does feel like he's willing to go in certain sections, he's willing to go into that place of boredom and make the reader feel the oppression of that. And
Mhm.
boredom is partly why he drinks,
Mhm.
right? And also the depression that he talks about. My overarching theory about this, and I may have to defend this, and if you feel like this is ridiculous, definitely let me know, and I'll start by defending myself with you.
Sure.
I think that certainly with the first volume, certainly with the second volume, um, I'm blanking on which volume covers. I think that I think the third or fourth volume is called it's called Three or Four, but it's also called Boyhood, and maybe the
Hmm.
way it's translated. But what I'm
I think it's
getting at,
Boyhood Island or something like that, isn't it?
yeah, yeah, something like
Yeah.
that, something like that.
I haven't read that yet, but yeah.
Yeah, I I think that this first volume is a horror novel,
Hmm.
and I believe that or he sort of hides the structure with this auto fiction, mundane, day by day, sometimes kind of feeling. But
Hmm.
what structures the book is not only what is a horror novel, but even a haunted house novel by the end of the book,
Yeah, certainly.
right? And that
Hmm.
seems pretty clear to me that he's loosely using genre elements um, to completely explore and dive into his processing his own consciousness and day by day experience and all of that. And it takes a little while to get there, but he starts setting this up when he goes back into his childhood with his father and his father's drinking and his father's relationships. And then I think we can give spoilers given
Yes. Yeah, I think
but we'll
so.
talk
Yeah.
about the end. But then, you know, he has to return to his father as a man and um I mean, he has to like deal with this house in which his father has destroyed himself with alcohol. And it's the way that he goes into that is harrowing.
Oh
Like
yeah.
the excrement all over the carpet that he has to clean up and scraping the stuff and all of these empty bottles. And it's that is so brutal and so well done. And then the novel ends with Knausgaard having to sleep over in this house
Mhm.
and being, I mean, you have very much a ghost, the ghost of his father that is tormenting him. And by the end of that book, by the end of this book, I was really unsettled in the way like a really great horror film or a horror novel, something like The Shining,
Mhm.
unsettles me. I thought it was scary, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean I find it scary too. I mean, and it's funny like I didn't know much about this book when I started it, and my general attitude when I'm gonna read, I mean I understood that, this is 6 volumes, and it's very personal, and I kind of knew a little bit about some of the scandals in terms of him using people's real names and things like that. Um but I didn't look into, okay, what happens in this stuff. Because if I'm going to read the book anyway, I might as well just look at that stuff after I'm done. Let me just see what the book is. And I did catch like somebody on Twitter or whatever saying like, oh man, his dad's a real son of a bitch. And at that point, I was like 100 pages in, and I was like, I don't know, his dad seems like, a relatively normal kind of awkward guy. He doesn't seem like a monster by any means,
Right.
And then by the end, you're like, oh my God, this guy like he like destroyed generations of his family
Insane.
effectively. Yeah,
It's insane. This
yeah,
paragraph from the end, if I can read
sure, yeah,
a
please.
longish kind of paragraph. And so he's mostly dealt with all of the just ugh, grotesque mess his father has left behind. Once back in my bedroom, I was afraid. Death was everywhere. Death was in the jacket in the hall where the envelope containing my father's possessions was. Death was in the chair in the living room where she had found him. Death was on the stairs where they had carried him. Death was in the bathroom where Granddad had collapsed, his stomach covered with blood. If I closed my eyes, it was impossible to escape the thought that the dead might come, just like in my childhood. But I had to close my eyes. And if I succeeded in ridiculing these childish notions, there was no getting past the sudden image of Dad's dead body, the interlaced fingers with the white nails, the yellowing skin, the hollow cheeks. These images accompanied me deep into my light sleep in such a way that I couldn't say whether they belonged to the world of reality or dreams. Once my consciousness had opened in this way, I was sure his body was in the wardrobe, and I checked, rummaging through all the dresses hanging there. Checked the next, and having done that, I went back to the bed and continued sleeping. In my dreams, he was sometimes dead, sometimes alive, sometimes in the present, sometimes in the past. It was as if he had completely taken me over, possession, as
Mhm.
if he controlled everything inside me. And when at last I woke at around 8 o'clock, my initial thought was that it had been a nocturnal visitation. And then I had to see him again.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Yeah, terrifying. And you're right. You're right. There's this notion of he's sort of using the same he's twisting some of the same knobs and pulling some of the same levers that a good piece of horror writing would.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the next volume, very early on, he begins to tell the story of how he met his uh I believe how he met his wife that he mentions from the passage I read uh earlier.
That's his first wife, right?
It might be his first wife. It might be his
Yeah.
first wife. I can't remember which, but he tells the story of falling in love with her and takes you step by step through the emotions. I mean, he really recreates what it's like to fall in love with someone as a
Mhm.
guy, and all the little steps and the little anxieties, and then bit by bit into the euphoria of all
Mhm.
of that. And so that is structured like a really good romance novel. Not
Mhm.
like the, heaving bodice ripping,
Right.
you know,
Sure, but
thought.
a book in which someone falls in love. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
a love story, right? And
Mhm.
then so I think, that structures that. And then the last volume, which contains a 200 plus page essay on Hitler and
Yeah.
Hitler's Mein Kampf, My Struggle.
Yeah, we're
Um,
talking about that in the second half of this. So yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
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 That really, takes the form of like an ethnography, plays off the historical,
Mhm.
he recreates the entire sort of experience of,
Yeah, and it's what I read of it, and I did read a good, maybe half of volume 6 because I was kind of like, I guess I was cheating, but I was like, where does this all,
yeah,
like,
right.
where do we get with all of this? And it's a lot less personal. I shouldn't even say it's less personal. It's just as personal, but it's sort of like he's almost dealing with all of it's like he opened all of this stuff up in the book, loosely stuff, the metaphysics and poetics and his place in history and all of that. And now volume 6 is like, all right, I gotta shut this process down, like, or it never ends.
Right. I want to
Yeah,
ask you because since this is the method part of the episode, I want to ask you
sure.
some creative writing questions and kind of reach down toward talking about our own process when we write, the two of us.
Hmm.
I don't know that in any piece of fiction, I obviously have drawn on experiences I've had, but mostly my work tries to get, or feels like it's trying to get, as far away from my own experience as possible. Not that that is better or worse, it's just the way that I operate. At the same time, of course, everything I've experienced, including my experience of other books, is informing what I write. But I haven't really, certainly not in a fictional way. I haven't like essays and nonfiction, but I haven't really written about myself. And I'm kind of have always been very leery of doing that. I'm not leery of other writers doing that, but I'm leery
Yeah.
of, doing that myself. Ha have you ever, with your work, have you ever, do you think about it as writing about yourself? I know the fantastic novel you just finished deals with some of your experience, in your work, but that's still a very much fictionalized. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean this is an intro, and I wanted to ask you basically the same question. I have it right here in my notes, so this is good. Yeah, I wrote a novel I wrote that very few people read and probably will never come out is a lot more personal than the stuff I tend to put out. And I kind
Mhm.
of in that process realized I didn't want to do that anymore. I wasn't sort of interested in, I mean, I guess it was the I had written the classic first novel that so many writers do,
Mhm.
where it's basically like thinly veiled version of their life, right?
Interesting.
Um, but I don't, yeah, as time has gone on, what's more interesting to me is, yeah, you obviously take like things from your life, places, places is a big one, right? Because the places that are going to be easiest for you to use are places you're familiar with. Um, but like I tend to take now, it's more like little and this isn't quite the right word, but it's the word I use in my head. The little ironies of life that I
Hmm.
encounter, I will take those and then fictionalize them. And sometimes that means exaggerating them in some way,
Right.
to make them more obvious. But, something in my life that makes me kind of like tilt my head and raise an eyebrow, like, that's interesting. I could probably figure out a way like a bird building a nest. That's a little piece of twine that I can use.
Right. Right.
But generally, yeah, I'm not trying to yeah, I'm not trying I wouldn't write my struggle
Right.
by any means. As much as I admire it, that I wouldn't. Um
I wouldn't
I don't
know how
know.
to start. I wouldn't even know how to do it, actually,
Right.
which is part
Right.
of the accomplishment of this, as you allude to.
Yeah, yeah, that's a great point because it's like, yeah, where do you start? I mean, you don't want to, you could start at the beginning and go till now. That sounds incredibly boring to me, right?
Mine would be. I then
Well,
I
see,
have
you've had
thought,
an interesting life though. It's funny because you tell me
I
a story from your
guess.
life and I'm like, that's pretty interesting. Um,
Yeah,
yeah.
here's the thing. The challenge for me, if I was to try to write auto fiction, would be trying to determine what parts of my life would actually be interesting for other people to read about and what parts of my life would be uninteresting, boring, etc. Right?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
I really feel like the challenge for any, like, if I ever tried to write auto fiction, would be seeing the material clearly enough, assessing the material clearly enough to be able to make compelling fiction. I feel like I would misjudge. I would think
Hmm.
that things that would be boring, um, the things that actually would interest the reader, I would dismiss as boring, and the things I would
Hmm.
be interested in would bore the reader to tears. I feel like that would be a challenge for me.
Yeah, and I think that's probably, yeah, I feel the same. I guess I feel this a very similar way. And, you get into conversations with people if you go to a cocktail party, I don't really go to cocktail parties, but, you get in these conversations where maybe you don't know the person you're talking to, somebody you don't know very well. And, you get to that point where you're kind of talking about your lives a little bit. And, it's usually work or, relationships or kids or whatever, um, there's no telling like if I was trying to interest this person, what should I share with them? It's not
Right,
like
right,
it's definitely not obvious. Yeah.
right. I and I
Because
Yeah, go
yeah.
ahead, please.
Well, I was just saying because I think some of the stuff you get used to it and it can seem kind of boring to you because you're in the midst of it, or you find living through it was kind of boring. So
Right,
why
right.
why would it be interesting to somebody else, Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's me. I'm tired enough of my life having lived it. Right.
right.
I don't want to
Right.
then go write about it. But my friend John Valiant, who was a Pulitzer finalist last year for his great book Fire Season, nonfiction book. He's been encouraging me for about 2 years to write a memoir,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, well, I'm flattered that you think my life has been interesting enough to make a memoir out of. But he would say you really need to write a memoir, and I would be like, you're sweet. And he was like, no, I'm not being sweet. Well, I'm trying to get you to do something. And then we kind of had an interaction, and then I just messaged him, and I was like, all right, so say I was to do this, like, where would I even start? And he gave
Mm-hmm.
some really great advice. He said, start by telling the stories that you believe people would find interesting, and then find and don't worry about connecting them. There's this thing that happened, there's this thing that happened, there's this thing that happened. Maybe these things are separated by gulfs of time, and then find the various nodes and connective tissue that
Yeah.
would begin to form those things. And I was like, okay, that makes all the sense in the world. That never occurred to me.
Well, there is, well, because I think the novelist tendency is to make it all make sense. And
Right, right.
you're in your life. I mean, I don't know about you, but at this point in my life, it doesn't quite all make sense. It makes more sense than it did 20 years ago, maybe, but
Right.
it doesn't make sense yet. You, you
No,
know.
I can see, well, all of us, right, who have been doing this for a while, and who've been English majors or whatever,
Mhm,
devoted readers, we're at least intelligent enough to spot patterns and to
mhm.
recognize certain themes. So I can see, oh, well, there are these things that I've done that all seem to fit together. But, to what you're saying, there's enough stuff that seems to not, like, the tissue doesn't connect at all.
Right,
There's enough stuff that would just be random.
right. Yeah, yeah. And so how do you, yeah, so I think my tendency would be I'd end up I guess I would end up trying to pick the through line before I picked the stories, and it would end up feeling contrived and somehow dishonest isn't quite the word because I'd
Right.
put in stuff that did happen, but it wouldn't feel like I was actually at some point it wouldn't feel like I was actually telling the story of my life, which Knausgaard does feel like he's telling the story of his life, even though obviously you can't tell every moment. Yeah.
That was what I was, yeah, I was thinking just that as you were saying that. The skill of what Knausgaard does is creating the illusion that he's giving you the entirety of his life, which of course can't be done.
Yeah, it's like a
I mean,
map that's one-to-one rate scale, right?
right,
Yeah.
right, right. Yeah, that's such a thing is, if it's not impossible, it's very close to impossible.
Hmm.
Um, but you have the reader, and maybe that's part of the draw of this, besides the beautiful writing and the insights, is that you really do feel as if you are seeing the entirety, the totality of someone's life. And there are things that any, suffering person on this planet who's, lived and loved and desired and everything else, can connect with. And that kind of identification is always interesting to readers. And then there's the stuff that you're like, wow, I've never been through anything like that. And then you know, that has a different kind of draw, right? That has the
Hmm.
draw of, the exotic.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's right, right. But then I think there's also sort of um, a third angle that he's pulling off so well, which is this tremendous. He's also doing a thing that like great stand-up comedians do, which
Hmm.
he says the thing that everybody thinks but nobody says.
Right, right.
Um, and there's multiple, especially in the sort of in the first. I don't know if it's the half, but the book is broadly split up into two halves that kind of darkly reflect each other, right? I mean,
Right.
there's all the stuff mostly about his youth and adolescence, and then there's all the stuff about his dad's death and the haunted house part, from a 30,000 foot view, those look like almost randomly selected, but I feel like the more you think about it, the more they're perfectly entwined with each other. But in the first half, particularly, I feel like he's saying a lot of things about his family and about his relationship with his kids and his relationship with his writing and all of this that are there's things you're
Right.
sort of not supposed to say, but everybody has felt them at one time or another. Um, so there's
That's well
that
put.
too. There's this
Yeah.
moment of like he's gonna say the thing in my head that I don't even really want to admit to myself necessarily.
So I first got into Knausgaard. I'd heard his name, I'd heard about my struggle, but it just kind of flew past me. I never really grabbed onto it, and I wasn't all that curious about it. And then a buddy of mine, he had started like texting me, and we'd talk on the phone, and he's like, this Knausgaard guy, he's got a new book coming out. He's got a new book coming out. This thing is 6 volumes and there's a new one
Mm.
coming. It's like all this guy does is write. And so
Right.
he hadn't read him, but he kept like reading articles about him and reading articles about my struggle. So he got me interested enough in those conversations that I'm just like, well, the hell with it, right? So
Mhm.
I got, this first volume, and in a few days I was calling my buddy up and like reading him passages. And there's a one passage in the first half of this first volume where he talks about how terrified he was of his father.
Yes.
And my friend really connected with that. He had had a similar experience, and uh and I hadn't even realized the extent to which my friend had been terrified of his own father, but he said that what Knausgaard articulates was precisely his um his own experience growing up.
Yeah. Yeah, I resonated with me on that level a lot. In
Interesting.
terms volume one, uh, in my life there are pretty pretty obvious correspondences. That was definitely part of what carried me through at least more of the first half than the second half, I would say. But still, yeah, I was like, oh yeah, yeah, I know that. I know what that's like.
It's very interesting, just not to get like too
Yeah,
personal about
yeah.
myself, but like my father was killed when I was 18 months old. And so I grew up with um my only sense of him was as a ghost, in a metaphorical sense. Like he was 24 years old when he was killed. My mother didn't have any photographs of him, and I later would ask her, I was like, why didn't you take more photographs? And she's like, I didn't expect him to be run over by a train when he was 24. I was like,
Right.
well, that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
But when I was 7 years old before it occurred. I was raised by my grandparents. I was 7 years old before it occurred to me that I had another set of grandparents out there. And
Mm.
so I went to my
Mhm.
grandmother and I was like, you're my mother's mother. She's like, yeah. And I was like, so that makes you my grandmother. She's like, yeah. And I'm like, but like my father had a mother.
Right.
And I remember I was in the kitchen, right? I was sitting on a step stool talking to her, and she was like cooking something, and she got really still. And like she
Mhm.
took the spoon out of the pot of chili or whatever it was and kind of like tapped it against the thing and sat it down on a paper towel. And then she turned the heat down and walked back to her bedroom. And I was like,
Mm.
what is going on? So I followed her, and she got this box down from the top shelf in her closet and put it on the bed. And there were like 50 different letters, cards from my set of grandparents that I never did meet. Um,
Wow.
I was raised in Oklahoma. They were in Endicott, New York. And it was just all of these, from ages whatever, 0 to 7, all these Christmas cards and birthday cards and letters
Oh,
and all this weird stuff, right? So I have always, because of my own weird experience, I've always been fascinated by guys' relationships with their father because mine has been an absence. It's been a lack rather than a
yeah,
presence, right?
right.
So something that a dark thought that occurred to me when reading this was like, oh, I always thought, how great would it have been to have a father? And
Mhm.
then you read something like this and you're like, yeah, it can also turn out really badly.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it's going to be a mix, some mix of both, probably, right? I
Right.
mean, do you, if you don't mind me asking, did you, because he wasn't there, do you feel like you idealized him, or did you not even have enough material to go on?
No, I think yeah, I had so little material to go on and I was 18 months old when he was killed. And so I didn't have any memory of him.
Right. Of course.
There's certainly no conscious memory. Uh, I I couldn't miss him because I didn't know him, right?
Right.
And I was raised by very attentive, very loving grandparents. And, my grandfather he's still alive, is my father.
Hmm.
He's a great guy and is very, very patient, really good, salt of the earth, rancher dude. My grandmother is very loving and if anything, over attentive. So I didn't feel that in the way that someone would feel who was properly orphaned. Um, so yeah, no, I really think of him as being a lack,
Yeah.
there's like a gap there where something should be. So I don't even have enough stuff to create an image of him.
Yeah, and it strikes me too that there's there's some other sort of, I don't know, downstream effects is the word, but like as I've gotten older, I've noticed moments where I've had like, oh, you know what, I am actually like my dad in this way, or like, oh, now I recognize that like he was kind of right about this thing. And I'm sure you had a certain amount of that with your grandfather, but like
Hmm.
there's definitely like there's sometimes stuff that kind of comes up from within me, and I kind of
Hmm.
notice I'm like, oh, that's my dad. That's my dad. That is,
Very
whatever
interesting.
DNA, whatever, nature or nurture, I don't know, but like
Right.
I know where the source of this feeling I'm having right now, it actually it's older than me. Um, and without having known my dad, I wouldn't, some of this stuff would seem possibly stranger or than it does when it happens in my life. Yeah.
The oddest thing for me is I oh gosh, it was around 2014. Um, my father's youngest brother reached out and found me,
Oh, wow.
uh, and we began to form a relationship. He's a great guy.
Hmm.
And you know, he found like my campus email address and he wrote me a long, very kind email and said, I've always felt really bad because I've known that you were out there somewhere and I felt my family really dropped the ball where you were concerned. And,
Hmm.
I he was like, I loved your father so much. Like he was my hero. He
Hmm.
was my big brother. And I felt bad that we didn't reach out more to you. And
Hmm.
I mean, it, they kind of did. Just my grandmother was very protective, and also she kind of didn't know what to do. Like I kind of get
Well,
it. It's like
yeah,
she didn't
nobody
know.
knows what to do. Yeah.
Nobody knows what to do, And
Yeah.
so she told me, she goes, I didn't know if I should talk about them to you or not. I was on the
Hmm.
fence about it. And she said, now that you know about them, you've come to your on your own. If you want to write, I will help you write a letter. If you want to call them, we can call them. I know how to get in touch with them.
Hmm.
You don't have to, there doesn't have to be any timeline. And I remember kind of thinking about it, but I, it always felt like something I was going to do later.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I'm not ready for that. And it felt awkward to me, quite honestly. I mean, I'm literally reaching out to strangers.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that awkwardness, I mean, I think that awkwardness is totally understandable. And then it's interesting. And you see, it's like, well, your uncle, he probably felt pretty awkward. And then, by the
That's
time he
right.
gets around to it, you're a full grown man, who's lived a life already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the weird things, right, where I was headed with this is when I started to get to know my uncle, he would tell me stories of my father, and I would realize, like, that's my own behavior.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like, and he would say, "You're a lot like your father," and I'd be like,
Right.
"Really?" You know,
Right.
I had no idea,
Yeah.
but
You had no reference. Yeah. You
yeah,
just, yeah. Interesting. And well,
yeah.
and
At age 24, when he died, my father had been a runaway. He ran away from home when he was 15. And, it was the 60s and he kind of traveled around. He played in bands. He was a guitarist and a saxophone player. I've been playing guitar all my life, which is a kind of weird thing. He, played in bands when there was work and he sold marijuana when there wasn't. He was kind of
yeah.
doing both. And and he had also finished a short story collection
Wow.
right before he died, which is like, right. So these are all things that I came to without knowing any of this myself.
Right. Wow. Yeah, that's got to be very interesting to
That's
learn that.
weird, right?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But so is it better to have an experience where, you know, you don't have this person and you don't have either positive or negative um, memories, impressions, etc.? Or is it better to have a father and the father be a demon?
Right.
By the end of the book, Knausgaard's demon father has taken possession of him.
Yeah. Yeah, he really has. And yeah, and yet, then there's a sort of even the flip to that, like that process. I mean, clearly Knausgaard is using this book to, in part, understand himself and his life. There is also this, you don't have a sort of A/B test, what it would have been like otherwise, but there is this sense in which what happens with this father at the end, right? The levels of alcoholism his father descends into and sort of pulls his own mother, Knausgaard's grandmother, down with him into this, destroys this house effectively. Uh, that does also grant, I don't want to say doesn't grant Knausgaard closure, but it does allow him to begin the process of moving out of like, uh, my father's this objectively bad presence in my life to like some stance beyond that, right? Because, I don't know, like in my opinion, at some point you got to figure out how to forgive your parents, even if they're great. There's always something they got wrong, right?
Of
Like,
course. And you're
and
gonna get something wrong. You're gonna get a lot of
yeah,
things.
yeah, yeah. So you have to, I think a part of coming to some degree of wisdom is you got to figure out how to forgive them. And some people are probably easier to forgive than others. Knausgaard's is particularly difficult to forgive. Um, but, if he never gets brought into that house and has to like actually deal with this stuff, I don't know, does he ever get to move on, or is he always sort of in this, my dad is a SOB and
Right.
never really moves through that. Yeah.
As
Because,
a
oh,
Yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Please, please,
Well, I was
please.
just gonna say, like, the one thing I wanted to ask you about was like the the house that he cleans up in the end, this haunted house. Um, am I reading too much into this to say like, you know, Knausgaard, the character in the novel, and presumably he did this in real life too. I mean, he makes this sort of strident effort to start cleaning it up. It's very clear to him that he needs to clean up this house. He wants to have the funeral or the wake or the after the some part of the proceedings in the house. This is very
Right.
important to him. Um, I mean, this seems to me like a fairly clear, though beautifully done, sort of objective correlative for this process going on in his mind, where essentially, like, this is about cleaning up the Knausgaard collective consciousness of the Knausgaards or something.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And yeah, so I don't know. I guess I was just, thinking in terms of, when you're writing, how much do you think about, and by the way, I did want to give a shout. I meant to do this at the top. Your new book just came out, Cannibal Owl.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't
Yeah.
read it yet, but that's very exciting. I've got a copy
Oh,
ordered. I can't wait to read it.
thank you. Thank no,
Yeah.
it's yeah, the book's called it's a novella called The Cannibal Owl. I was really excited that, my publisher, I know how to publish short stories. I know where to publish short stories.
Mhm.
I've published a bunch of them. I've, published novels and story collections. The novella is something that is very difficult to publish because it's too long to publish in a literary magazine,
Mhm.
and it's too short for most publishers to issue as a standalone book. So it falls into this kind of usually unpublishable space. And I was talking with this editor, and I said, I have this novella. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I think, I like it. I think it's good, but
Mhm.
I don't know where the proper, venue is for this. I just said I might have to collect it with some stories at some point. And she was like, "Can I read it?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course." And then so she wanted to do it, and I'm, very thankful that, she put it out into the world as its own standalone book. And if people are interested, Amazon, Barnes and Noble, wherever you buy books, you can get it. But yeah, thank you for that. There was a question behind that. You were saying something
Well,
about your own.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm curious how you think about place when you're writing and setting, and is a setting just somewhere where stuff happens, or does
Right.
this is what Knausgaard's doing with his father slash grandmother's house? Yeah, how do you think about place? How do you think about setting as it interacts with your story?
Well, I grew up in Oklahoma and Texas, lived a little bit in Louisiana. My grandfather was, in addition to being a rancher, he was a pipeliner. So when we would lose
Yeah,
too
you move
much
around.
money ranching where there isn't any money, he'd have to go do a pipeline job. Um, and so, and I've lived various places. I lived in Denver, Colorado, but when I write stories, it's almost always in Oklahoma and Texas.
Mhm.
And increasingly, I became interested in those places in the early 19th century, in the 1820s and 30s and 40s. Um, and so I guess I think about place in terms of Texas and Oklahoma. Um, and then those spaces become on the page more familiar or stranger through the prism of time. So when I want to um, reinvigorate those places for myself, I end up going backwards in time. And when I want to try to reproduce a particular place in Oklahoma or Texas or a particular time in my life, then I try to represent that from my own experience. I don't even know if that answers your question.
Well, it definitely begins answering it, I think. Yeah, yeah. I mean, here's a sort of a follow-up, like, because I think I'm glad you said time, because that's as important or more important part of the setting as physical place. Um, do you? go to a time slash place because you feel like you understand it in your writing or because you want to understand it? I don't know if that question makes sense.
No, no, it does. It does make sense. So I've been drawn to the 19th century with the past two books. I've published the novel All God's Children is set
It's a
in
banger, by
most.
the way.
Thank you, thank you. You're too
Yeah,
sweet. It's set mostly in Texas in the 1820s and 30s and 40s, um, and the the events in Texas at the time, the Texas Revolution, the Mexican American War, um, became fascinating to me, and I read enough history and did enough research that they became quite vivid. And I felt like, oh, I want to be able to capture this place and time. I've been all over Texas, but I've never been to Texas in the 1820s. I want to
right.
capture the way everything looked and the way people were in this place, in this time, what the conventions were, and then also represent, my, present day experience of those places. I mean, with historical fiction, if you're writing about 18, if you're writing about Texas in 1827 and you're in 2025, you're writing a book that is both about 1827 and 2025,
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
right? You're doing both. If you're doing it well, at least you're doing both things simultaneously. Let me actually grab a copy of the book off the shelf real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. So definitely people check out Aaron Gwynn's The Cannibal Owl. It is available now wherever you buy fine books. Um, and also, while I'm doing this, I guess I should say too, if you haven't actually subscribed to us on any channels, please do. iTunes, Spotify, YouTube. But also, we're going to start putting some stuff kind of behind the paywall, early releases, and so forth, as paid options. On Substack and on Patreon. So we'll have links to that, but keep an eye out for that. There's going to be a whole lot more Method and Madness content, as much as I may or may dislike that word, coming at you. So yeah, and
Yeah, the whole.
also,
Go
yeah, go
ahead.
ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
I was just
please.
gonna say also hit like on stuff. It helps a lot. We're all trying to counteract the algorithm, which only really wants stuff that's already successful to be successful. So help us out there, please.
Yeah, I back to the place kind of
Hmm.
stuff.
Hmm.
I I become pretty obsessive about people sort of assume with a state like Texas that if they go visit the Sam Houston National Forest or if they go to Lampasas or wherever, oh that's the way the land looked 150 years ago, and that
Hmm.
absolutely isn't the way the land looked
No.
150, 200 years ago.
No.
We've had so, and I'm not talking about the usual sort of like, you know, man polluting and everything, but just like the effect of agriculture, roads and everything. It changes the landscape so much. And then just minor shifts in the climate that are natural to the way the earth works, um, change all sorts of things about the vegetation, the flora, the
Sure.
fauna, and all that kind of stuff. So I've become quite obsessive about, okay, I know that this particular flower or tree is in this county in Texas right now. Was this was this there in 1827? Now, how many people that read the book care about that? I mean, a very, very, very small number. I guess it's become important for me. And
Yeah, it's
when with
important to
all,
you. That's what I was gonna say. It matters to
yeah,
you as the
it
writer.
matters
I
to
get
me.
that. Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think what does that give you as a writer? The folks who write who might be listening to this. Um, I think with all of those details that probably might only matter to you, what you as a writer are doing is you're earning the credibility to tell this story. and you're making that place real for yourself, right? And if that
Mhm.
means becoming obsessive about a particular kind of grass and where it was growing or if it was growing, you're making that world real for you and you're making that world vivid for you. And that does change the way that scenes are represented that probably have nothing to do with the grass or whatever, but that place has become more vivid in your mind in such a way that does translate to the reader.
Right, right. Yeah, th those details they do add up. I mean, this is like you, there's all kinds of things operating in a piece of work that you don't necessarily see consciously. You know, you think about
Right.
like these Kubrick films that like, oh, he's got incredible amounts of detail in them, and you never notice them watching them. But on some level, you do notice them. You notice
Right.
that everything is happening as it should, and everything looks as it should somehow. And without that sort of obsessive level of detail, other stuff starts sort of pushing through. Um,
And,
it's
and
always
the
it's always
sum
kind of a mistake to think you're as a writer that you can get away with it, in my opinion.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And the sum total of those details begins
Mhm.
to render a place. I mean, I keep coming back to the word vivid. It
Mhm.
renders that place so vividly. At the end of book one of my struggle with this haunted house, if Knausgaard, as a writer, as a dramatist, wants to make that house frightening, wants to make that house grotesque, but it does very little to say, I walked in this place and it was gross. No, no, no,
Right.
no, 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 no. What is the what is the physical, and I mean that both in the terms of being able to touch it and physics, like what is the process of cleaning human excrement out of a particular kind of shag carpet,
Right.
right? And getting into the nuts and bolts, nitty gritty process of that brings all of this other stuff to life, brings the horror, brings the grotesquerie,
Mhm.
that dramatically brings it to life, or brings
Right.
it to
Right.
life dramatically.
No, and that's really well put because that starts to, as you can start to understand why did he list all of the cleaning supplies he needed to buy?
Love it.
Right.
Love it.
Right. Yeah, because you can't understand the gravity and the intricacies of this if you don't understand all of the
Yes.
things that went into, into addressing it. Yeah.
There's this
Yeah.
great passage in Philip Meyer's masterpiece, The Sun, and that's set in the late 1840s, early 1850s, and the character Eli, the protagonist, the Comanche raid his home and they kill his mother and sister and take he and his brother captive, and Eli is bound, he's tied, and he's lying there watching the Comanche go in and out of the cabin where he's lived and in and out of like the shed, and he names every object that the Comanche bring out and stack in a pile, and it's so detailed and so interesting. And they brought the shot pouch and my father's, the particular kinds of tools and every single thing. And not only does it tell you something about the material culture of that time and place and the way people on the frontier lived and all the implements they would have had to have, but you realize, oh, all of these objects are the totality of Eli's family's life on the
Mhm.
frontier,
Mhm.
and these are all about to be burned.
Right. And
So
that's got so much more punch than saying, and they brought all of our belongings out and burned them.
100%,
And
100%.
as a writer, you got to know when to go specific and when not. But
That's
sometimes the
right.
specific details, almost to the point of being unbearable, is actually super powerful.
It's amazing to me, and you find the poetry in the proper names for
Hmm.
particular implements, but whatever it happens to be, you find the actual names for the actual implements that a frontier family would have had in 1849,
Hmm.
and that
Hmm.
that brings all this stuff to life. And I think, yeah, when you begin to fret over um what kind of files would they have had? And
Mm-hmm.
which of these tools would they have had to make? And which of these tools would they have bought at some sort of store or ordered or, gone to a blacksmith and that person would have made them. Yeah, it brings a tremendous amount. I think this is one of the reasons, um, or one of the things people love about Blood Meridian is
Mm-hmm.
like, the hyper specific description of rocks and trees and terrain. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and Knausgaard gives us hyper specific descriptions and, catalog of the various cleaning supplies.
Mm-hmm.
And then I become interested in the process of renovating this haunted house.
Yeah, yeah, me too. Me too. Because you start thinking like, okay, well, I haven't been in that situation, but I've been in situations where you're like, man, this is going to be a pain in the neck and it's going to take a long time, but you know what? We're just going to have to get methodical about it and do it. Like I've been in that situation. That's a familiar feeling. And so then there does become this dramatic tension of, well, is he going to get the house clean?
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
And then somehow if he gets the house clean, will will he have healed himself if he does it?
Right.
Like
That's
there's
the big
something
question.
right, there's
That's the big
something
question.
right, and we're going to see it take place in the house because in some ways he still can't quite he's showing it to us obliquely in all of these ways, but he still can't quite get to the core of Knausgaard, right? So, yeah. So that's what to me is like the compelling part of the second half is like, is he going to get is this house going to get clean or do
Yeah.
you just burn it down? Like, you know, yeah.
Yeah. Well, earlier you were talking about objective correlative, and
Mhm.
that's a term that some of our listeners might not know. T.S. Eliot invents that for an essay on Shakespeare that's called Hamlet and His Problems. And I
Yep.
always talk about objective correlative. Now, Eliot says that Hamlet is a failure as a play, which is an interesting thing to say, because Hamlet has no objective correlative. Objective correlative is an object in nature that correlates to the emotional state or psychological state of the character, right? And so he
Mhm.
says, well, we don't know what Hamlet really feels or thinks because there's no objective correlative. I disagree with Eliot about this particular thing, but it is a useful technique for writers to think about the object, the physical object in nature or in the man-made environment that correlates to the protagonist's inner psychological emotional state. And the haunted house is a perfect use of objective correlative.
Yeah, and he manages to go on with it for, hundreds of pages
It's amazing.
and it stays and I feel like and there's probably other ones in the first half, but I feel like the bag of beer is probably
The
his
bag of
best
beer.
objective correlative in the first half of the book and again they're twinned right because that's alcohol and all the things that we come to learn that alcohol meant to Knausgaard before and then after his father became an alcoholic. Yeah,
There's an example of this, a passage in the first part of the book that I'll read
yeah,
that
please.
I connected with as a guitar player. After eating, I went up to my room, switched on the amplifier, plugged in the guitar, and sat down to play a little. I loved the smell the amplifier gave off when it got warm. I could play for that reason alone almost. I also loved all the accessories guitar playing involved: the fuzz box, the chorus pedal, the leads, the plugs, the plectrums, the small packets of strings, the bottleneck, the capo, the line guitar case and all its small compartments. I loved the brand names: Gibson, Fender, Rickenbacker, Marshall, Music Man, Vox, Roland. I went into music shops with Jan Vidar and inspected the guitars with the air of a cognizant. For my own guitar, a cheap Stratocaster imitation I had bought with my confirmation money, I had ordered new pickups, state of the art, I was told, and a new pickguard from one of Jan Vidar's mail order catalogs. All that was great. The playing, on the other hand, was not so great. I, I love that kind of just reverie, meditation on the poetry of brand names. And it's something that's very much a part of my own life. But yeah, the objective correlative of the guitar tells you something about the positive um, aspects of this young man's life.
hmm hmm Absolutely. Yeah, there is something interesting too about it. I feel like if you get deep enough into any hobby or interest or industry, even, there is a sort of a kind of poetry that's specific to that domain, in the use of the words and the technical terms and sometimes even the jargon and all of that. And if you can, as a writer, if you can start to see it, I think you can really leverage it effectively. He clearly did in that passage with respect to guitars. And he didn't even have to be a good guitar player. He just,
You don't have to
you
be a
know,
guitar player. You can just
right.
love it. You can love
Yeah.
the particular things. Men often, and I think some women are baffled by this, but guys become friends, and very early on in the friendship, there's a kind of connection when the men start spouting numbers back and forth, and those numbers can relate to, cars and engines. They can relate
Yeah.
to guns. They can relate,
hmm
baseball statistics. But
Yeah.
it must be that some women are just standing there watching men just hurl numbers back and forth. No,
Yeah.
I had a LWRCI IC carbine chambered
Right.
5.56. It's the M6, and it's good
Right.
because it's piston driven as opposed to gas blowback, right? And
Right.
the
Right.
women are just like, what even is your life? And what guys are actually saying to each other is, I approve of you.
Yes. hmm hmm Yeah.
I
Yeah.
approve of you.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's so spot on. I really, I really do like that. There's because I have a few aspects of my life that don't really have anything directly to do with writing that are like
Right.
that. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, of
yeah.
course. I think
hmm
a lot of men have that,
hmm
and they like to talk to other men who they can spout numbers back and forth with.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think about it like in one sense, one thing I spend some time doing is weightlifting, right? And I'm not going to
Right.
spout weightlifting numbers at you, but one thing, if I'm interacting with another man, it always kind of at some point it comes down to like, all right, so what do you squat?
No,
Yeah.
it's
Or
yeah,
whatever the thing is. And I'm again, it's not even that you're trying to one up each other. It's like you're trying to place each other and sort of
that's
figure out each
exactly
other.
right.
And you're trying to make sure that like when I say 225, you actually know what that feels like,
That's
right?
right.
It's not necessarily a pecking order thing.
Yeah.
We're trying to locate each other in this space. Yeah.
What do you do reps with when you're doing
Right.
bench press? 225 is a certain kind of benchmark,
Right.
right?
Right.
And
Right.
then you're like, well, I was doing kind of, low reps with 315, and you're thinking,
Right.
"Oh, holy crap,
Damn, this guy's a monster.
this
Yeah.
guy's a monster," right? When you're
Yeah.
talking about like, are they doing a low bar squat with whatever, right? That means
Yeah.
something. What is your deadlift? And those particular numbers mean something. What
Yeah.
kind of deadlift is it? All that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's and there's a million other, there's a million other hobbies, interests, industries that are all like that. I think it's
100%.
very interesting way that you're right, that it does seem like men are more likely to communicate that way than women are, generally speaking.
Generally
But
speaking, I don't hear women, they're relating in other ways and they're
hmm
indexing each other in other ways. But I don't normally hear, usually, there are exceptions always, I don't
hmm
usually hear women interacting in those terms, though I've heard women talk about the process of making certain dishes
mm,
and recipes and, squillions of other things that I just
right.
can't call up right now.
Sure. Yeah.
But you might, women might connect, over the way a particular thing they enjoy is made. But
Mhm.
the recipe for something, my mother she always taught me to do this with the pan first, and then we take this. And the real key thing is to add, and that's a similar kind of thing,
Yeah.
making something particular dish that they really love.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that is very interesting. I think there is a way that that my struggle is, I mean, he's doing it with the guitar bit there for sure.
Right.
He's doing the same kind of thing with the cleaning stuff because again, these sort of banal details about which supplies he's using and which room he's going to start in. It's because he's in some ways he's tying this process, this intense process he's going through to the mundane. Everybody's cleaned a bathroom, you know. Hopefully you've never cleaned one as screwed up as the one in
Oh
his
my
father's
gosh.
house, but everybody's cleaned a bathroom. So you kind of immediately can kind of get drawn in, right? And relate to it on some level.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
there's a similar kind of moment, um, similar in some ways and very different in others, kind of right in the toward the middle of the book where Knausgaard is set up to write the book we're reading. And we
Yes.
see
Yes, I
him
love
in the
that.
process of writing the book we're reading. And he's had two novels published. They didn't, succeed massively, but he was rewarded in some way, and seen very much as a writer, but he knows like he doesn't really know where to go next, right? And where he's going to
Mhm.
go next is the book we're reading, and we see him in the process of that. It's a very interesting meta
Yeah.
moment. He has to have like this particular office in this particular city and his room set up in a certain way. And I don't know why that's so pleasurable to read about, but it is.
I would be curious to hear from a non-writer if that stuff resonates with them because I kind of know why.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like somebody who's, they're got a different pastime or hobby or interest or job or whatever. Like, does that, is that universalizable to other kinds of pastimes, or is this like a right? Is this for talking shop basically? Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and
I don't know.
writers are often very particular. I've mm, I made some enemies during grad school, kind of like mocking my peers when they would talk about going to writing retreats, and they were like, "What do you need
Mm.
to write?" I was like, a hard surface, unlined paper, and a pen."
Mm.
So actually, I mean, it's a really crappy thing to say to someone, but I thankfully, like if there's been part of all this that's been easier for me, it's been I always been able to sit down and kind of get into the whatever it is, headspace or whatever, as long as I have a hard surface, um, unlined paper and a pen.
Yeah, I
And
don't know.
I can be anywhere. I can be in a coffee shop.
Unlined, specifically unlined paper, though.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
like lines because I make all sorts of notes and then
yeah,
you have to connect things together. But I could write on lined paper. It just I like printer paper because it's cheap, and I
yeah.
use a like 99-cent clipboard, and and my
Nice.
pen is like it costs 99 cents. And
Right
I
on.
can't. I've had girlfriends and everything buy me like fancy journals.
Yeah.
I I can't do it.
No,
I
I've
can't
got
do
you.
it.
I've got behind me. I have a stack of probably six like nice journals someone has bought me that I have not written a word in.
It's too intimidating for me.
Yeah, I have a specific journal that I've bought a dozen or 20 versions of over the years, but
Right.
they are not expensive or particularly fancy. They're just something
Right.
that I like. It's the right thickness and whatever. But they're not, they're I don't know, $8 or something for
Yeah. Yeah.
a 300-page journal. So
Right.
they're nothing fancy. Yeah.
Yeah. I bought some of the, are they called moleskin or moleskine
Yeah.
or whatever? And they're
Yeah.
kind of nice to write on, but they're
Mm.
bound. And
Mm.
I like loose
Loose
printer
paper.
paper because you can move it around, right? It's not bound in a
Interesting.
thing, and you can
Yeah.
switch this out, put it in
Yeah.
folders, whatever else.
Yeah.
I do recommend to writers writing by hand as another stage of composition, a completely different way. I'm not
Yeah.
saying you can't write great stuff on on a laptop or desktop or iPad or any of that.
Hmm.
Um, I think that there's a particular kind of writing you do when you write on paper,
Yeah.
with a pen that's different from the kind of writing you do when I am less likely. And at some point you get to that place where you're editing, in a Word document, and you're taking the comma out and putting it back in all day long.
Right.
And all that
Right.
all that's important too. Like
Yeah.
that's another kind of writing, but I'm less likely. I don't want to fall into those patterns when I'm generating the raw kind of
Interesting.
stuff. And I'm
Yeah.
more likely to get in the headspace where I'm not too concerned about if a sentence is clunky or if I'm finding the right word. And a lot of my draft pages will be like, he walked into the room and picked up the noun, turned and verb, right? I'll literally write that turned and verb the thing because I'm trying to stay in the particular like flow of
Right. Because
moving
if
forward.
you're like, oh, I got to figure that detail out, suddenly you can like interrupt your whole
You're not in
process.
it. You're not in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, you have to come to the part where you're trying to find the exact right word and you're getting
Mhm.
all that. Yeah, that's another stage of it. But I'm like, I made peace with that. I'm like, why are you sitting there when you're trying to generate these character relationships and find the plot and find the the story beats, and you're stop interrupting that because you're trying to find a particular verb. So I mean, I'll find the verb later.
Right.
Yeah. So
Right. Yeah.
anyway,
It's not, yeah. Yeah. You're not going to, it's not going to hit the printer without
no,
having the verb
no,
put in. Right.
of
You'll figure
course,
it
right?
out. Yeah.
I'll figure it
Yeah.
out. But like,
Yeah.
I do it may be different. There are people, there are writers who are more likely to get into that space um, writing on a laptop. That's fine.
Mm.
For me, I'd never learned to type. I still hunt and peck.
Mm.
Um, I never had a typing class and never learned to do it on my own. So, I do it, but I use two fingers.
Mm.
Um,
That's interesting. That's interesting to me. Yeah.
yeah, so I can write much more quickly writing by hand than I can. And for me,
Oh, see,
yeah.
I think the speed, whichever one is faster for you, is because I type faster than I write by hand.
Ah.
Yeah, yeah, and
So
I
you
will
probably
write.
can
I do write stuff by hand too, but yeah,
you can probably stay in the flow better typing then.
a little bit. Yeah, I feel that way. It feels that way anyway, for sure. But
Right.
I do write by hand. I mean, one sort of trick I have that seems to have worked for me is if I get stuck, I move. So if I get stuck typing, like I don't
Mhm.
know what's happening, I don't know where to go next, whatever, I start writing by hand. And then I basically just write by hand until I'm stuck again, and then I move back over to typing. So it's just like it's some kind of shift that forces my brain to work slightly
Mhm.
differently, and it seems like it
Mhm.
jostles something loose. But
Yeah, the
I do almost all of my editing by hand.
yeah, I guess something I would say to writers listening, if they're looking for advice about this stuff, I'm not telling you, oh, you have to do this thing by hand. You have to do this thing on the computer. I'm not saying
Yeah,
that. I'm saying find the thing that allows you to enter that
yeah,
space, and that there are these stages. There's the like, I mean, I feel like when I'm writing a new scene in a novel or a short story, I'm really discovering the thing. I feel like a coal miner or some kind of miner, like hacking away with a
yeah.
pickaxe and opening this kind of cavity or chamber, and then I'll come in later and lay down the tile or whatever. But like
Right,
I'm
right.
kind of hacking out the raw space. I Personally, I do that better when I'm writing by hand.
Yeah, yeah, and I think right, there's a sense in which it's like however you get the thing on the page.
However you get it.
One upside to typing is probably a quarter of the time I have my eyes closed
Whoa.
typing. Yeah.
You can do that accurately.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. I mean, it's first draft, so I'm gonna
Right, right.
I got to clean some stuff up, but it's accurate enough that I don't like look later and I'm like, what the hell was I writing? Like it all makes sense and all the words are there. So, yeah.
There's something I exercise I do with students, and I recommend it to friends and writers. But sometimes when I'm looking for a particular rhetorical effect, and I know that there's another writer who's achieved this in a particular thing. I'll get out that book, go to that passage, type that paragraph into the document that I'm working on, right?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
go back and put like instead of, where all the nouns are, put brackets,
Yeah.
right? Where all the verbs are, put brackets and try to
Interesting.
find the kind of rhythm and the flow and the effect of that, and then begin to rework it and rework it and rework it until it kind of becomes your own. And then you realize, oh, okay, for this to have the effect, I actually need to ditch this, ditch that, ditch this. But well, Hunter S. Thompson talks about this. He said that
Mhm.
he learned to write by typing The Great Gatsby, and
Right.
he typed it cover to cover like two or three times, right? Because he
Right.
wanted to quote live inside the sentences of a masterpiece.
Right.
I
Right.
think that's
Right.
really, if I had the patience, like, and if I cared more, what I would have my fiction writing students do at the beginning of the semester, I would have them, I would say, I want you to list three novels that you wish you would have written,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I have them list them. And then I would say, okay, I want you to pick you have to pick one of these that you've selected, and I want you to type it on a typewriter and hand it in at the end of the semester. Now, I would never do that because then I would have to check,
Right.
right? Then that would
Exactly.
be, I'm
It's
creating another task for myself. But
right. Which
honestly,
number one rule of teaching is don't do
number one,
that.
don't do that. But that would actually do more good for my students. I'm convinced
Hmm.
of it. That would do more for my students than many of the other things I have them do. But, and of
Mm.
course, but then I would have to listen to them moan and complain
Right.
for
There, no one's,
16 weeks.
very few people are going to want to do that, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 And of course, like most of the students I get who are new to writing in the class, they all have this idea that, oh, I have this great book inside me and I just have
Mhm.
to unlock and not have any restraints. And somehow the great work of fiction is going to come, like, Wordsworth's idea of romantic poetry. I'm just going to sit in the tranquil place and, and recollect these sorts of things. And, some things come in a similar way to that for writers, but, a lot of it is learning the craft of writing and the techniques from great writers. But I've had students in the past who don't really want to read, and they're like, no, I want to write my own stuff. And I'm like, that's like a musician saying, I want to create my own notes. It's like
Right.
12. There are
Right.
12 notes.
Right.
I mean, you have to learn, like, you don't necessarily have to learn to read music. Edward Van Halen couldn't read music, but
Right.
you have to learn the way these notes function with one another.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, well, and absolutely no, amen to all of that. And one thing that I think is interesting about, just to kind of bring it to my struggle, is uh Knausgaard does know all of the notes,
Yes,
and yet there's a feeling to this book as though he has no concern for any of them.
that's
Like
right.
that it's just sort of happening. There's like you said, there's the structure is interesting. It's not like it's hidden that deeply, but the reading experience doesn't seem to have structure in it. It's not like, oh, and
Right.
then now he's going to do this, and then
Right.
that is going to lead to this. None of that. It's not like it's the first book to be, less emphasis on plot, but there is a certain way in which he sort of lulls you into this almost hypnotic state,
Right.
mostly because he's a master craftsman and he knows exactly what he's
Yes.
doing.
No, right. And that's the real
Yeah.
artifice of the book,
Hmm.
is that it is it is simulating this, free, you know, chaotic and random thing about life. And it's
Hmm.
doing that by using these particular techniques and being structured in just such a way, um, because that's the only way to capture chaos is through this
Hmm.
like highly ordered approach.
Yeah. 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 Amen. Yeah.
I mean, you can only, as great musicians can only improvise in any, jazz, rock, blues, whatever it happens to be. In classical music, this is what the cadenza, right? You can only
Hmm.
improvise if you have a thorough command of your instrument, the way, and a deep, almost cellular feel for melody and the notes and the way they function together, and you're feeling where they're headed. But yeah, you can't improvise until you have mastered. You can't do the quote chaotic thing until you've completely mastered the instrument.
Yeah, that's 100% true, right? And I'm sure you have come across, and this is sort of a question I'm always interested to hear writers talk about. I mean, when, the Cannibal Owl just came out, I don't know sort of how many drafts that passed through, but what we're reading when we read the Cannibal Owl, that's not your first crack at it, right? There's
No,
there's
no,
there's
no.
but when you're going through there, do you ever sort of surprise yourself and be like, not to say you're totally, giving yourself more credit than you deserve, but you go like, "Oh, I didn't realize I did that, some craft
That's
thing."
no,
And you're like,
that's
"That
the
was that
best.
was clever of me."
No, that's the best stuff is the stuff I don't remember having written.
Yep. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it feels like it's unplanned, and like it feels like it didn't come from me, whatever that
Hmm.
happens to mean. That's the stuff I like best in my own work, is the stuff that
Sure.
feels like i don't know where I don't know where that came from. It's
Hmm.
more surprising to me, it's more interesting to me. I know the kind of techniques that I use and that I favor,
Hmm.
and so I know how I do those things, the things that like go beyond that, which by the way is one of the reasons that I'm so interested in historical fiction, because it forces you away from certain writing habits, because
Mm.
you're trying to capture another time, another place, another consciousness. And in doing that, you're forced away from all of these techniques you're comfortable with and all these mannerisms you're uncomfortable with. While I was writing The Cannibal Owl and All God's Children, I um I was reading dictionaries from the time, right? There's a
Yeah.
great dictionary published in 1858 called a Dictionary of Americanisms. And
Nice.
so I would go through the dictionary and I would make these file cards, and any kind of idiom or word or anything that was interesting to me. I would, write the word down, then the definition on the back. And I had a huge stack of these things, right? And so then I would kind of, before a particular writing session, I would go through the words. I would kind of know the sort of thing, the sort of passage I'd be working on, and then I would pick out the words that I thought would be, um, in some way relevant, right? And kind of have those
Hmm.
index cards close by hand. And when I would get into a place where I felt like, oh, this needs some kind of terminology from the day or some kind of idiom from the day, I would have those I would have
Right
those at
there.
hand. And then
Yeah.
those idioms, those usages would force me away from my own verbal habits into something
Right.
else, like a
Right.
springboard into this world linguistically.
Right. Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's really interesting. I'm fascinated. I've never really written anything. I've written a couple little odds and ends here that were set in a different time, but I've never nothing extended where I'm really trying to occupy a space and time I'm not familiar with myself. So that's an interesting. That's a good little tip.
Yeah,
If
it's weird.
you can get lucky enough to find a sort of vernacular dictionary of the time, that's certainly
Yeah, yeah.
helpful. Yeah,
The
yeah.
it's weird, right? How something comes to be. I wrote the Cannibal Owl in writing All God's Children, and I started All God's Children. It was published in 2013. I started the earliest drafts go back to the summer of 2013.
Hmm.
Uh, what did I just say? It was published in 2020.
Okay.
The earliest drafts go back to 2013.
Wow.
Um,
Okay.
and then I knew that I was researching one particular guy. And once I was like, oh, this could be this kind of story. And the minute I started trying to write scenes, I realized I don't know what I'm talking about.
Right.
I don't know how um I don't know whether these saddles have horns. I don't know whether these particular men would be using Colt Walkers or Colt Navies.
Hmm.
I realized I don't know what I'm talking about. And then I
Yeah.
embarked on a process of reading hundreds of books about American history and particularly the 19th century with a particular eye toward finding all of these things about material culture. And so it was a
Hmm.
process of like writing, realizing I have no idea what I'm talking about, reading, and then reworking that stuff, and then reworking the material, and then the research itself would begin to drive the writing, like the
Right.
things I would discover, particular facts or particular stories, and that, right?
Oh, right.
So
It's going to open up sort of obligations and opportunities, right? Now that you know some new
absolutely.
detail, it's like, okay, well, I have to do this, but oh, I also get to do this, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so, what is now the Cannibal Owl? I had thought that All God's Children would contain the story of this real guy that the Cannibal Owl is about, a guy named Levi English, who, as a boy, was brought to Texas, ran away from home, and went and lived with a Comanche, and then returned back to the Anglo community. And I thought, oh, I wrote the earliest drafts of that thinking it would be part of All God's Children. And then I realized, no, All God's Children can't have
Yeah.
any of this in it. Levi English is a character in All God's Children. You see him
I
in a
thought I
range.
recognized that name.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
you see him in a character's ranger company, and he has like two or three lines, right? As opposed, right? And I
Right.
thought he was going to
Right.
be this major. Anyway, so he has two or three
Yeah.
lines in All God's Children. But then I had this story about Levi English going to live with the Comanche and the stuff that happens there. And I was really fond of it. And then I realized if this were reworked, this could be its own kind of thing, right? This could be its own standalone story. It couldn't really touch any of the other parts of All God's Children or that story. And that's kind of like the that's the kind of genesis of what became the Cannibal Owl. But
Very
so
interesting.
that's a weird, long, circuitous road to this particular thing, right? It starts 12 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Uh, is conceived of as some, you know, belonging to something completely different.
Yeah. 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 No, that's interesting. Well, you've got the Aaron Gwynn extended universe here, man.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah. I
It's
love it.
weird to write one book, especially if it's like a book that requires all this research.
Yeah.
Like you end up finding all of this great stuff. Some of it, is the material you actually need to use, and some
Mhm.
of it you're like, oh, this just doesn't belong, but it's still
Yeah.
great material.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've run into this myself too. Like, oh, that doesn't fit in this, but I ended up, writing a short story about that character
Right.
in that situation, and there's no way to fit it in the bigger text. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah,
I think
yeah,
the most important thing is that you as a writer are drawn to this particular material. So
hmm
when you come across whatever it happens to be, a story someone's someone tells you, something you read in a history book, something you hear on a podcast or
Mhm.
see in a
Mhm.
film, and your imagination is set on fire by that. I think that is something you should investigate in some way. It might not fit into the project you're currently working on, but the important thing is that your imagination is lit up by that material. That I think
Yeah.
that's always worth investigating.
Yeah, yeah, amen. I mean, I think of the writer's job is to make their own personal pet interests interesting to everyone else. That's kind of part of the job, in my opinion.
That's
So,
the thing that translates, I believe.
hmm hmm
The passion for a particular whatever it happens to be,
yeah,
activity, place, person, whatever. Like that
hmm
passion, I believe, and that fire always translates.
indeed, indeed, yeah, amen.
What
Well,
so big picture as we're wrapping up
yeah,
this part of the discussion on Knausgaard, what do you think? And I'm not talking about like biographically or, I'm talking what we can kind of sense from just the book itself. What do you think is the passion that drives this?
I think, and this is a really good question, and I thought about this, and obviously, to I'm speculating because I've only read the first volume and the sixth, which and the sixth isn't really about him directly. Um, I think it's similar to the passion that drives anybody that's trying to write. And it's sort of this just like this question of what actually am I
Right, right,
as a
right, right.
person? Not even
Yes.
generally as a human and also personally, individually. Because, and part of the reason I say this is early on, and the book's called My Struggle. And part of the struggle to me, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this in the next part, but this thing where he yells at his kids. I don't have the
Mm-hmm.
passage in front of me, but
Mm-hmm.
and then he feels guilty about it, right?
Right.
There's this thing. It's like, why am I not the thing I want to be?
Right.
Right. And so if I'm not, if I have a desire to be something, but I can't do it, then what am I? What is all this?
I think
And it
that's
seems,
absolutely it.
yeah, it seems to me that this book is an effort, and that's the driving passion, is to try to answer, or come to some, I don't know if answer, but come to terms with that question.
Who am I?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a perfect place to end this first part of
Yeah.
our Knausgaard episode. Coming up, we're going to dive into the madness
Yes, sir.
um, that you've prepared for us. And
Yeah.
then we have a conversation with the great Jarvis Best from Twitter/X. He's a huge Knausgaard stan and interested in talking to him and getting his input on this kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, absolutely. I know he's an insightful guy and funny guy, and
Very
that's I'm
funny.
really looking forward to that conversation for sure. All
Excellent.
right.
Stay tuned,
All right,
folks.
folks. Yeah, so we're back in the seat here. That was a great discussion we had in the method portion. I really enjoyed it. I found it invigorating. I found myself thinking about it. People who are listening to this are probably just finishing listening to that, but we had an evening in between, and I found some of it coming back to me at the writing desk this morning. So thanks for that conversation, Aaron.
Hey, that's great. So
Yeah.
yeah, you brought some of that into your writing.
Well, it got me thinking about it. You get these sort of these highs and lows of enthusiasm, I guess. If that makes sense. Like some days,
Right.
you're kind of on fire, and other days you're like, all right, well, maybe nothing's happening today. But yeah, it just got me a little bit inspired, got me a little jazzed up. So that was good. Yeah. Feel like as a writer, you got to look for energy wherever you can get it, pretty much.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Well, madness, talking about more about my struggle. That is Knausgaard's My Struggle. We're actually going to
Right.
talk a little bit about the other My Struggle here at
Yeah.
some point. um, I mean, I kind of got it saved for a little bit later because we're going to kind of tee it up, but it is interesting. I mean, one part of it is Aaron, you sort of suggested reading this book, and it had always been sort of on my list to read at some point. And I got 100 other books at least on that list, so who knows if I would have gotten to it. But I did feel this, and I mean, maybe you did too the first time. I did feel this sort of tension about opening it up just based on the title, just
Right.
like what exactly am I getting into here? Right.
Right.
And it turns out that at least the first volume, it could have been called something else entirely, right?
Right.
There's no,
Anything.
yeah.
Anything. Yeah. I I'm such a nitwit that I was deep into the book before I connected my struggle and Mein Kampf together.
Right,
So
right.
yeah.
Yeah, and apparently in Norwegian the title is something more like Min Kamp, which
Oh my
is
God. Yeah.
like
Very close.
basically
Wow.
the same thing, right? And
Same
he
thing.
did
Yeah.
yeah, he did allow the German publishers to change the title. So that was
Wow. Do you happen to know what it's called in German or what the
Oh, you know
title is in
what?
German?
I don't know. I think they just went with the subtitle, A Death in the Family, or the German translation of the phrase "A Death in the Family." I think that's what they did.
Very interesting.
Yeah,
Very
but
interesting.
his editor, Knausgaard's editor, Gear. I'm forgetting his last name because he just refers to him as Gear in every interview. He Gear says no, in German they should have published it as Mein Kampf, and it could have erased the original Mein Kampf. It would have like overwritten it. Was his point. That seems a little. Uh, I don't know if that's actually what would have happened. I
Right.
think I think Knausgaard would have ended up in a fair amount of, I don't want to say trouble, but even more sort of scandal than he did.
Right.
Um, yeah, yeah. But anyway, I mean, the other thing to think about is, when he wrote this book, in terms of picking that title, it's not like he knew that thousands, if not millions of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people were going to read it. You know,
Right.
it, you can't plan a book to be like an unprecedented mega hit in the literary
Absolutely.
scene. So, I
Absolutely.
to in Knausgaard's defense, he has said like I just assumed that like a few thousand people would read it, and so like in a way, like does it matter what I call it? He wasn't thinking about it as like a product to be marketed and like, oh boy, you got to make sure that you don't have a name that's gonna. Um, so interesting nonetheless. But we're gonna get there because in volume six, we're not gonna, we're mostly talking about the first volume. Volume six is in some ways the least personal. There's no real way to spoil it, I don't think. It's not like you're gonna actually find out what happened to Knausgaard. But we're gonna kind of bring some of that in because I feel like volume six really helps to contextualize some of the stuff in volume one. Um, but to get there, I kind of want to do a little bit of a crash tour of autobiographical writing. Um,
Excellent.
Aaron, what to you is the difference between okay, well, this is a novel, right?
Right.
But there's also autobiography and there's memoir. Why is this not a memoir? Why is My Struggle not a memoir or an autobiography? Do you have a sense of that? Or is it just convenience?
I'll have to like just off the top of my
Mhm.
head. Yeah, why instead of this being creative nonfiction, why is this fiction? I mean, for me, that would it seems like that would imply that there's some amount of not only elaboration, but kind of futzing with the various details in a way that would take you into the fabricated, I guess.
Right, right. And well, certainly I don't know that he's never said that any of it was fabricated, but then again, the level of detail in his memories is essentially an impossible level of detail,
That's
right?
right.
So,
I was
so
just thinking that.
some of it's got to be made up, just because I mean, maybe people with eidetic memory or whatever can remember stuff like this, but I don't think any average or above average person can remember stuff to this level of detail. Um, I
Absolutely
cer
not.
I certainly can't. I don't know. Um, so yeah, so I think there's probably a sense in which it's a little bit of CYA in that, like, well, if we call it fiction, then like we don't necessarily have to like follow up with his brother to like verify a detail, right? Like, I think it probably, if you say something is an autobiography, I don't know if that shunts you into like fact checking territory. It
Right.
probably does legally. I don't know. I don't really know.
It might.
Um, yeah. Because he did use the names. He did use basically, he changed a couple names, but most of these people are in the book are, that's apparently their real names. So,
Interesting.
um, yeah, and he had some real grief from his family, particularly his father's family. And
Ah,
the
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah, they really tried to get it. Really tried to prevent it from being published. Um, and there, his sort of, I guess, his one concession. Well, they were basically trying to get it so he didn't. Telling him he couldn't use his father's name. And Knausgaard's attitude was like, well, I nobody has more of a right to my father's name than I do. Like, what are you talking about, right?
Right.
But his concession, I guess, was that he never really uses his dad's name. He just calls him, dad or my father. So he did kind of concede that, I suppose. Um, but yeah, he had some real issues, and there were some claims. Apparently, there were claims that by his father's family that the house, his father's house, his grandmother's house, wasn't actually that bad. Like it was completely exaggerated. And apparently they made this claim so strongly that Knausgaard himself like had moments of doubt. Was he like, did I like make up how bad that was? Did I like, almost imagine it, how bad it was? He started to really doubt his like what he'd written about his father's house. But then apparently he was written a letter by an EMT who had taken his father's body out of the house. And this EMT had wrote Knausgaard a letter and said it was actually worse than you describe it. So
Wow.
yeah, so so yeah, interesting stuff there. I got thinking about this autobiography, memoir, novel question and started thinking about, okay, well, what's the difference really between an autobiography and a memoir?
Hmm.
Um, and apparently, this has, been written and thought about for sure. They're obviously related, but apparently the autobiography is generally thought of as the story of a life, and a memoir is the story of something from life rather than telling the whole story. It's like, well, we'll tell, this part of my life or this aspect of my life.
Hmm.
Also, sometimes the consideration is that an autobiography is the story of a person, while a memoir is more something more like the story of a consciousness, which I kind of like, but sort of kicks the
Interesting.
can down the road, right? I mean,
Right.
consciousness is one of those slippery words. Every time it comes up, it's like, well, what do you actually mean by that?
Right.
Yeah, but nonetheless, let's kick off. Let's kind of go back in time here. And I want to just run through a few what I have come to think of as like tent pole texts in the
Hmm.
autobiography slash memoir world. Um, we could go back to Caesar's 2 volume commentaries on the Gallic Wars and his commentaries on the Civil War, but we're going to go a little bit further ahead than that. And I'll talk just briefly about the Confessions of St. Augustine. Is this a book you're familiar with, Aaron?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've listened to most of it in audio. I've read a good chunk of it. I don't know if I've actually probably combined audio and reading. I think I've kind of got the whole thing. Um, for people who don't know, the Confessions of St. Augustine, or sometimes called the Confessions in 13 Books, they're written by Augustine of Hippo, or St. Augustine, who was a Berber philosopher, theologian, and eventually a bishop who lived from the year 354 to 430 AD. And depending on the translation, it's remarkably, I don't want to say quite contemporary feeling, but it's remarkably modern feeling. Just in terms of his sort of interests and observations. Um, he was the son of a quote unquote pagan father and a Christian mother, and had something of a sinful youth, which makes up, a lot of the titular confessions. Um, he was also, he stole things. He had sexual improprieties. He had a child out of wedlock. He was drawn to Manichaeanism and Neoplatonism. But he finds Christianity around the age of 30 and wrote not only the Confessions, but also a sort of landmark text called The City of God that is still pretty commonly referred to.
Right.
He performed miracles during the Vandal siege of Roman North Africa in 430 and was canonized finally in the year 1298. Um, so I just want to read a little bit of this and
Hmm.
see if we can find like, is this sort of like Knausgaard's My Struggle? I think it is.
Right. Interesting.
Um, okay, here's a bit. O God, my God, what miseries and mockeries did I now experience when obedience to my teachers was proposed to me as proper in a boy, in order that in this world I might prosper and excel in tongue science, which should serve the praise of men and to deceitful riches. Next I was put to school to get learning, in which I, poor wretch, knew not what use there was, and yet, if idle in learning, I was beaten. For this was judged right by our forefathers, and many passing the same course before us framed for us weary paths, through which we were fain to pass, multiplying toil and grief upon the sons of Adam. But Lord, we found that men called upon thee, and we learnt from them to think of thee, according to our powers, as of some great one who, though hidden from our senses, couldst hear and help us. For so I began, as a boy, to pray to thee, my aid and refuge, and broke the fetters of my tongue to call on thee, praying thee, though small, yet with no small earnestness, that I might not be beaten at school. And when thou heardest me not, my elders, yea, my very parents, who yet wished me no ill, mocked my stripes, my then great and grievous ill. Is there, Lord, any of soul so great and cleaving to thee with so intense affection? But is there any who, from cleaving devoutly to thee, is endowed with so great a spirit that he can think as lightly of the racks and hooks and other torments, mocking all those by whom they are feared most bitterly, as our parents mocked the torments which we suffered in boyhood from our masters?
Hmm.
So yeah. So let me read one other little bit here. Um, quote, theft is punished by thy law, O Lord, and the law written in the hearts of men, which iniquity itself effaces not. For what thief will abide a thief? Not even a rich thief, one stealing through want. Yet I lusted to thieve and did it, compelled by no hunger nor poverty, but through a cloyedness of well-doing and a pamperedness of iniquity. For I stole that of which I had enough and much better. Nor cared I to enjoy what I stole, but joyed in the in the theft and sin itself. A pear tree there was near our vineyard, laden with fruit, tempting neither for color nor taste. To shake and rob this, some lewd young fellows of us went late one night, and took huge loads, not for our eating, but to fling to the very hogs, having only tasted them. And this, but to do what we liked only, because it was misliked. Behold my heart, O God, behold my heart, which thou hadst pity upon in the bottom of the bottomless pit. Now behold, let my heart tell thee what it sought there, that I should be gratuitously evil, having no temptation to ill, but the ill itself. It was foul, and I loved it. I loved to perish. I loved my own fault, not that for which I was faulty, but my fault itself. Foul soul, falling from thy firmament to utter destruction, not seeking aught through the shame, but the shame itself. Now,
That's kind of amazing. That's kind of amazing.
yeah, it's a great passage. And I think if you take out the, sort of all the oh lords and these and the, st endings on things, I think there's something somewhat like what Karl Ove Knausgaard is up to, in that, well, I guess this kind of brings up a question that I want to throw to you, Aaron.
Hmm.
What what is the struggle when he says my struggle? What do you, what is that
Mm.
like? What do you
Well, we were
think he's,
talking.
yeah, go ahead.
When we were talking during our last segment, we were talking some about the struggle to know oneself,
Yeah.
to figure out who you are, what you are,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fundamentally it. And I think there's a uh, sort of a subsidiary struggle that is like, and you see this happening in the Knausgaard a lot, where it's like there's some internal state or observation or feeling or desire, and this my sort of reading is like the struggle to either make that real or to be honest about it or to like bring it to fruition in some way.
Right.
Like the one thing I think about is maybe I have that here actually. Um, do I have that right here? Oh, maybe I don't. There's a part where he's talking about Karl Knausgaard's talking about how family life isn't enough for him. I don't know
Right.
if you remember that
Yeah,
passage,
yeah.
and it's I think this is a familiar feeling I think for a lot of ambitious people, you know, or creative people or whatever, where it's like, yeah, there's a all the stuff that makes people happy, all that's good to have, and yet there's like some other little thing that you need to have that can't quite be gratified by some of the maybe the more conventional stuff. And for Knausgaard in that passage, it feels like a bit of a transgression. It kind of reminds me of this whole like not not quite what Augustine is saying here, but something like that, where like there's something wrong with me. Like, why
Right.
can't you know? Augustine wants to steal these pears because he wants to feel the sin, and Knausgaard, like, there's a portion of him that's willing to kind of destroy his whole family just so he can get some time at the writing desk. There's just sort of a similar conflict there that I find to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, that's a
um,
refrain, why can't I
mhm.
be happy? And
Yeah.
then there's the conclusion that, like, I'm just not happy. Samuel Beckett said that a friend asked him about this, and he said he had no talent for happiness,
Yes.
which
Yeah.
I thought was an interesting way to approach it.
Well, there definitely is like that is a well, we all know people who have more of a talent for it than others, I think, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I don't know what the necessarily their secret is. Sometimes I feel like I have a talent for it, and other times my eye falls off the ball or something. I don't know. But yeah,
Right.
thinking about it as a talent is interesting. Well, and talent's a specific word too, because you can't even necessarily, it's not a skill. You might not be able to even learn how to be happy.
Right. It's something given to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Yeah. Which doesn't help those folks out there who are,
Miserable.
having a
Yeah.
string of bad days. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Um, Now there's another aspect of this confessions thing that I think is what I've noticed in my crash survey of the autobiographical memoir genre. And everybody basically at some point talks about youthful transgressions.
Right.
It's a given. You almost have to do it to write, especially if you're going to write an autobiography. You have to got have some youthful transgressions. I suppose in a memoir you can get away with sort of skipping it. Um, and you know, it's interesting. We're going to talk about Mein Kampf and the strange lack of youthful transgressions discussed in that book.
Right.
Uh, but uh, there's a kind of a way that I kind of come to see this okay, why does this need to be in a memoir? If you're thinking about a memoir as let's say if someone was going to write even a fictional memoir, right? Like what
Mm.
would be the things that you need to do? I'm going to come up with a character and I'm going to write something like a memoir. You might want to throw some sort of youthful transgression in there that's indicative of the kind of person that they are, right? Augustine, in the case of the Confessions, he likes to steal things. He likes to apparently violate the rules for the sake of violating the rules. Knausgaard, the big one we have for him is that whole in volume one is the whole. I was going to say stealing beer, but he's not even stealing beer. Wait, it's smuggling beer, underage
Right.
drinking, right?
Right.
Which is, I think, in you know America and in Europe and elsewhere is pretty much a youthful rite of passage. I mean,
Absolutely.
I'm sure you didn't wait till you were 21 years old to the first
Oh
time you had a
gosh.
drink.
When I was 16, 17, I can
Yeah,
remember going out like with my buddies on a Friday night, and it was just like circling Seminole trying to find someone who was 21 to buy us, beer, wine
yeah.
coolers, anything, whatever.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It becomes a pastime, and
Yeah.
I remember in in those years for me, there was a period where I was trying to get alcohol and it was difficult. That's like high school
Right.
time. But then there was a period between 18 and 21 where it got a bit easier because you started to know people who were 21, and it
Right.
got a lot easier at some point. But yeah, I remember those years 16, 17, and it became like almost like a game. Like it was fun.
Absolutely.
It was fun trying to get alcohol.
Yep,
Like
that's right.
that was part of the entertainment for
That
sure.
was most the night trying
You're
to
right.
figure out, trying to rouse somebody out of bed who
Right.
we had a guy who he would, if we could find him, he would always buy it for us.
Right.
But
Right.
like I can remember one of my buddies, like it was late. It was like really late. I can remember him rousting poor John out of bed. And I was like,
Yeah.
golly, I don't know. We're really kind of on the edge here doing this. But like the guy got up and went and got us beer.
Yeah. I mean, that is testing because you're getting somebody out of bed. It's like it's got
Yeah,
to
yeah,
be.
yeah. And he had a
I would.
family and stuff. He was a groundskeeper at a golf course where we all hung out. And like
Right.
the golf course in this little town I grew up outside of it. Usually golf courses you think of like, wealthy people out there, but this was like all the miscreants. It was
Mm.
literally like redneck Caddyshack.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And so this guy
No.
worked,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
There's a lot of golf courses all across the spectrum for sure. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah, we had, man, there was trying to think of guys that we had get us beer. Man, there was a character, Kenny, who'd get us beer, who is a guy I worked with for a little while, my freshman year of college. And I was working installing shower surrounds and closet shelving.
Mm-hmm.
And so you just drive around in a van all day going to these different sites. And we had Kenny, who was, I don't, somewhere between 25 and 45, who even knows, just the surliest, weirdest dude I'd ever met with a string of various misdemeanors and felonies, who was smoked more marijuana than I think I've ever seen anybody smoke.
Wow.
And he would buy his beer all the time. I don't think he really ever thought twice about it.
Shout
Um,
out to Kenny.
Shout out to Kenny, man. I'm sure you're not around anymore. Not the way you were living, bro.
Ah,
But but I remember you fondly nonetheless.
absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so it kind of makes me think though. So okay, thinking about like, all right, this youthful transgression thing, why does it end up in memoirs and autobiographies? I think in one way, everybody's got something from there, even sort of the most well-behaved person, their transgressions might seem slight to somebody like you or I.
Right.
To them, it's still a transgression, right? To them, it's
Right.
still this sort of figuring out what the boundaries and the parameters of their world are, and sort of which rules can you follow, and or which rules do you have to follow, which ones can you get away with bending sometimes, right? It's sort of figuring out that territory. Um, I was curious when I was thinking about this because I kind of know my answer, but Aaron, do you feel like without some of your youthful transgressions, you might not have been quite the writer that you are? either ability wise or interest wise? Like, how do those two things interact to you?
Yeah. Well, I was raised by my grandfolks, and my family was Pentecostal. And
Mm,
so I grew up really, really involved in all that. And I've kind of written about all that stuff.
mm,
But I mean, everything was a transgression. I
right,
mean, like
right.
everything, right?
Hmm.
So, things I would be tortured over are things that I don't even think most like fundamentalist evangelical Christians would even blink at.
Right, right, right. So, do you think did that make you? Because I didn't have anywhere near that. Excuse me, that strict of an upbringing, but there was some strictness for sure. And I reached a point where I was like, well, I can't even understand what these rules are or why they're here. I'm just going to do whatever I
Mhm.
want. That was sort of my
Yeah.
response.
It
Like,
was weird because like I grew up, my grandparents were um, pretty conservative, pretty old school, and there no rated R movies and that kind of
right,
stuff. But
right,
then like they were like weirdly permissive, not weirdly, I mean it was perfectly normal from the time and place where I grew up. I could
yeah,
grab a shotgun and go in the woods, and me and my farm boy friends would, ride
yeah,
three wheelers and motorcycles and dirt bikes, and we would
yeah,
do all this stuff that was legitimately dangerous.
yeah.
And
Physical danger is fine.
it was totally fine, which this makes sense. My grandfolks were worried about my soul. They weren't worried
Mhm,
about necessarily um
mhm.
my body in the same way.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I feel like there was some extent that was similar to me too. It was sort of like, yeah, you're gonna probably get some bumps and bruises and and
Right.
all of that, but we're gonna try to keep you out of jail if we could,
I
if we can.
my my own experience with like growing up, when I stopped going to church at around 16, like everything seemed like it was transgression and
Mhm.
sinful. And like the
Mhm.
slightest thing, and can't watch this, can't look at that, can't say that. And so when I left that behind, or the particular version of, I'm a Christian now, but
Mhm.
when I left that version of Christianity behind,
Mhm.
um, I didn't have because everything had been a sin, doing things that were actually a problem felt like it was the same as cursing.
Right. Yeah,
You know what I
it
mean? Like
everything is in that breaking the rules category.
yeah. So I
Yeah.
mean, why not do something that's illegal and actually
Mm.
like destructive if you're going to, I don't know, watch RoboCop.
Right.
I
Right.
mean, they were all the same to me because I
Right.
was taught, you'll go to hell for a little sin, just like you'll go to hell for murder. There aren't big sins and little sins. There's just sin.
Right. That is dangerous, I think, like not establishing a hierarchy because
Yeah.
then yeah, what's the difference between watching RoboCop and robbing a liquor store? I mean, other than, you can go to jail, so that's scary,
Right.
but like in terms of moral correctness, if they're on the same plane,
Yeah.
that's pretty distorted. It gives you a distorted
It's
perspective of what
interesting.
life's
Yeah.
like, I guess.
And it was all like the teaching of the church was like,
Mm,
oh, you'll go to hell for lying,
mm,
just like you'll go to hell for murder. There are no little white lies. There are only
right.
lies, right? I'm not even criticizing that. I'm just saying that was the reality of
Mm,
what I grew up with. Um, and so it took a while when I left that kind of version of Christianity behind. It took a while to acclimate myself and be like, okay, yeah, there are rules here, and there are some things I'm actually uncomfortable with, and I do believe in my current understanding of Christianity and my current faith to be like off the table. Um,
mm, mhm.
as opposed to like, you know, I've seen RoboCop now.
Yeah, and you didn't. It didn't send you to hell. Well, as far as you know, I guess, right?
No, no, I don't. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
RoboCop's the problem necessarily.
Right. Fair enough. Now, okay, so kind of continuing on this little this
Hmm.
kind of history of the memoir. Another uh, and some of these are going to be hopefully I'm going to introduce some texts to people. Hopefully, we have something interesting to say about texts that people know. But the next one got interested in was uh, in written in 11th century Japan. This
Hmm.
is a book called the Sarashina Nikki or the Sarashina Diary.
Hmm.
It's written by a woman that we know only as the daughter of, and I apologize to my Japanese friends, the daughter of Sugawara Takasu or Lady Sarashina. Um, and in fact, this place, Sarashina, at least in 1920, when the version of the book that I read was published, nobody was even sure where exactly Sarashina was in Japan. Um, this woman was a noble woman, a poet, a traveler, and this book that she wrote uh, is actually apparently to this day is sometimes still assigned in Japanese high school. It's part of the Japanese national canon of literature. Um, what's interesting is we don't actually know her name because people at this time during the Nara period, especially women, um, there was something of a what we would probably now think of as a superstition around the use of actual names. Because if someone knew your real name, they could control you with the use of what they called kotodama, which is basically word magic. Um,
Hmm.
and I kind of thought this was interesting coming across this in thinking about how now Knausgaard deals with names in my struggle, not only in volume one, in this, this decision about is he's going to use the actual names of some of his family members and his wife and things like that. Um, but also when you get into volume six, he has this long section that is called what is it? What is it called? The name and the number and the name. This is
Hmm.
the section in which he talks about Hitler. Before he gets to talking about Hitler, there's a whole part about the importance of names. And he says this: since the proper name points both inward and outward at the same time, it is an exceptionally sensitive thing. There is a remnant of magical thought in the fact that the word is what it refers to or may awaken it. I am my name. My name is me. If anyone abuses it, they abuse me. Um, and I think this gets to the point. He also talks about how in a work of literature, a name is like a face in real life, right?
Hmm.
That's what you interact with at that first point of contact when you're reading a text is that character's name. Um, and I just thought that that was quite interesting. He gets to a point in my struggle where his use of the name, the actual names of people, it's not just I have to admit there was a part of me that was like when I was first reading it was like just change their names, man. Like what's the big
Right.
deal? No,
Right.
nobody cares. I don't know what your brother's name is anyway. Like
Right.
so it doesn't matter to me. But you read this whole section he has in volume six about the number and the name, and you kind of realize that, like, no, to him, if you change the name, that they're no longer that person anymore.
It's fascinating.
Right. And so he can't
It's
write about them
fascinating.
because that's not who they are.
Right.
Um, yeah. And so I kind of came around to agreeing with him. Like, yeah, I guess for him anyway, he had to use their names in order for this project to work. There would have, if he hadn't, there would have always been this difference. Every time he called his brother Doug instead of
Right.
Ingva, he would have known that he was sort of lying slightly. He wasn't giving you the real story. And I think that's pretty
That's
fascinating.
fascinating. That really
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know about you. How often do you use like people well, I mean, you're in a historical fiction sort of mode more recently. I think that's fair to
Hmm.
say, right?
Hmm.
So you're not using people you know directly, but I mean, how often are you sort of picking off? bits from people you know to use in works of otherwise fictional writing.
This is kind of weird that I hadn't thought about it until you asked that. But
Yeah.
and with the historical stuff I've done, All God's Children, The Cannibal Owl, um, that's very much about either I'm writing about actual people and using their names, or thinking about the sound of a particular name and how it kind of fits in
Mhm.
and plays off the other characters. Now, with Dog on the Cross, my story collection, that was my first book. I often use the names of people I went to church with because I mean, it's kind of like Knausgaard saying, I really did associate that so strongly with the person that changing it, altering it, um, really created a disconnect in my imagination. And with the
Mhm.
stories I wrote after that, where I was basing some part of a character on a real person, I would often use their names. There's a story that Esquire did of mine in 2009 called The Gray. This is way before the Liam Neeson movie.
That's that SOB.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was so disappointed when that thing came out. Anyway, um, yeah, I had a good buddy. He's passed away now, but we went to undergrad together and grad school, and we had both done martial arts, but he would go out and get into bar fights and everything.
Oof.
Like
Yeah.
that was part of all of that for him. I mean, that was part of like going out on the town, was getting in a bar fight. And, he
Right.
was like a very strong guy, um, a little rotund, but he like very athletic. He weighed, I know, because we entered him in a tough man contest
Oh
in
boy.
our senior year in college.
Oh boy.
And he was 238 on the scale, so he was a hefty dude.
Yeah.
Um, and he would anyway, I wrote a story based on based on some things about him, but I had to call that character Murray. His name was Jason Murray, and we all called him Murray. And
Mm.
I had to call that character Murray. I even tried to like find another name for the character, but it created that disconnect. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd never even thought about this until now.
Yeah.
I think Knausgaard has convinced me too.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's something, yeah, if you're trying to tell the story of that person, yeah, there's at least an argument. Up until I started processing this, I just thought, well, just give him a name that you like the sound of, or that
Right.
sounds right to you or whatever. But
Right.
in a certain sense, if it's a person that close to you and you're really trying to tell the story about them, there is no other name that's right. So, yeah, it's it's interesting.
Yeah.
Um, so, all right, so kind of moving along here, talking a little bit more about this Sarashina Nikki, the Sarashina Diary, which I really do recommend to people. It's like 60 pages long, but it's beautiful. I mean, obviously, I read it in the English translation. I can't read Japanese, but
Interesting.
it's really wonderful. I mean, it's travel accounts, talks about books that she's read, but she talks about dreams that she's had, sort of just ruminations about things. And it's a diary. It was never meant for publication. Somebody along the line found it and was like, "Wow, this is interesting." She's really seems to be she's a talented writer who is really doing something here that's worth reading. Um, and it kind of ends there's it gets sad. Her sister dies. She ends up living alone, far away from her family for reasons that aren't really explained in the diary. Um, but she also has her bit about a youthful transgression that tells you quite a bit about her. So let me just read a little bit of this, and it'll also give you a
Hmm.
sense of what this Sarashina Nikki is like, at least in English. Quote, could such a man as the Shining Prince be living in this world? And the Shining Prince was a character from books she was reading. It's funny to think about 11th century Japanese like dime store novels or dime store romances, but that's
Right.
effectively what she was reading. So, could a man such as the Shining Prince be living in this world? How could the general Kaoru, literal translation of that word is fragrance, find such a beauty as Lady Ukafune to conceal in his secret villa at Uji? Oh, I was like a crazy girl. She's obsessed with these dime store romances. While I had lived in the country, I had gone to the temple from time to time, but even then I could never pray like the others with a pure heart. In those days, people learned to recite sutras and practice austerities of religious observance after the age of 17 or 18, but I could scarcely even think of such matters. The only thing that I could think of was the shining prince who would someday come to me, as noble and beautiful as in the romances. If, excuse me, if he came only once a year, I, being hidden in a mountain villa like the lady, would be content. I could live as heart dwindlingly as that lady, looking at flowers or moonlit snowy landscape, occasionally receiving long expected lovely letters from my lord. I cherished such fancies and imagined that they might be realized. Right. So her youthful
Mm,
transgression is that she lives in something of a fantasy world as a young
right.
woman, which she's not the only person guilty of that, I'm sure.
For sure.
Um, Let me read a little bit from my struggle, the first volume, that this kind of very tenuously, but sort of reminded me of, at least sort of thematically. Quote, that night I couldn't sit still. I walked around the flat. Oh, I believe this is right after. Do you remember the part in the first volume of my struggle where that girl comes, he's a teenager, and that girl comes to him while he's working at the factory kind of job,
Hmm. Hmm.
and she tells him that she likes him, and he's like, I don't like you.
Oh, brutal.
And he did like her, I think, like sort of did anyway, or at least didn't not like her.
Right.
And he just like, he just fumbles it entirely. I'm pretty sure this is after that. Or maybe this is when he first starts having like an actual girlfriend. Anyway, nonetheless, from my struggle, volume one, quote, that night I couldn't sit still. I walked around the flat, to and fro in my room, up and down the stairs, in and out of the downstairs rooms. I felt as if I were bigger than the world, as if I had everything inside me, and that now there was nothing left to strive for. Humanity was small, history was small, the earth was small, yes, even the universe, which they said was endless, was small. I was bigger than everything. It was a fantastic feeling, but it left me restless because the most important thing in it was the longing for what was going to be, not for what I did or had done, how to burn up all that was inside me now. I forced myself to go to bed, forced myself to lie without moving, not to move a muscle, however long it took before sleep came. Strangely enough, it came after only a few minutes. It snuck up on me like a hunter stalking an unsuspecting prey, and I would not have felt the shot had it not been for a sudden twitch in one foot, which alerted me to my thoughts, which were in another world. Something about standing on the deck of a boat while an enormous whale dived into the depths close by, which I saw despite the impossible position. It was the beginning of a dream, I realized, the arm of the dream, which dragged my ego in, where it transformed into its surroundings, for that was what happened when I twitched. I was a dream. The dream was me. I closed my eyes again. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Okay, so
Mm,
I love that. I love that bit from my struggle. It had a certain energy that a lot of the other book. Not saying the other book doesn't have energy. It had a flavor of energy that doesn't exist in other parts of the book. It's sort of
mm,
exuberance that was pretty cool. Um, but also we get into this dream territory, which is also a common motif in memoir. And I just want to read one last little bit from the Sarashina Nikki and compare it to a My Struggle bit. This is from Lady Sarashina. Quote, I had another dream. A man said that he was to make a brook in the garden of the Hexagon Tower to entertain the Empress of the first rank of honor. I asked the reason, and the man said, pray to the heaven illuminating honored goddess. I did not tell anyone about this dream or even think of it again. How shallow I was. And this dream becomes, I don't want to quite say prophetic, but it's a dream she has when she's young that like sort of makes sense to her later in her life. Um, and, you know, we see dreams in this memoir and many memoirs We see it in my struggle too. It comes up not only in that passage I just read, but this passage, which I really, really like. Quote, even though I had driven past on numerous occasions, I had never set foot here except in my dreams. Varad Bridge was one of the places I dreamt of most. Now and then I just stood at the foot and gazed at the towering mast, or I walked onto it. Then the railing usually disappeared, and I had to sit down on the road and try to find something to hold on to, or the bridge suddenly disintegrated and I slid inexorably toward the edge. When I was smaller, it was Tremoy Bridge that fulfilled this function in my dreams. Now it had become Varad Bridge. My father was at the opening, I said, nodding toward the bridge as we crossed the road. Lucky him, Jan Vidar said. We plodded in silence toward the built-up area. Normally there was a fantastic view from here. You could see Kujevik, I guess is how you pronounce that. You could
Hmm.
see Kujevik and the fjord that came into the land on one side and stretched far out to the sea on the other. But tonight everything was as black as the inside of a sack. Has the wind dropped a bit? I asked at some point. Seems like it, Jan Vidar said, turning to me. Have those beers had any effect, by the way? Um,
Wow.
yeah, I quite like that moment. And, it does have this sort of, right, if a memoir is the sort of story of a consciousness, you're going to have to spend at least a little bit of time in dream territory. Um,
Hmm.
but there's also something that I think is really big in my struggle, which is, excuse me, understanding place and sort of what places mean, what different places mean, how the meaning of a place changes over time. Excuse me. Um, and there's something Knausgaard actually says in a interview somewhere. He says that he thinks of himself, well, in the writing of these 6 volumes, he either started out or began to think of himself as a kind of place, right?
Hmm.
It's in a way he is the setting for all of this stuff. Um, and I don't know if I 100% understand that, but I guess I kind of do, right? Like like the house that becomes so important in volume one. It's one thing at a certain point in time, and it becomes a completely different thing throughout the progression of the story, right? By it's the haunted house, as we talked about.
Hmm.
People, a person is like that too. They're one thing when they're a child. There's something different when they're an adolescent. There's something different when they're middle age. There's something completely different when they're an old person, right? And things do kind of happen inside and around them. Um, I just thought that was an interesting way of phrasing it.
Absolutely.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about another memoir. We're making progress here. It's good. Uh, the Notebooks of Malta Lourdes Briga by Rainier Maria Rilke. I don't know if you're familiar with this book at all, Aaron.
Are those, is that the same thing as Letters to a Young Poet?
No, so this is different. The Notebooks is like his long prose work, basically. Yeah. So the
Interesting.
the letters were actual letters, and this is like an autobiographical, of thinly veiled autobiography or a memoir. I guess it would be more
Hmm.
of a memoir because he wasn't very old at the time. Um, so uh yeah, so people who don't know, Rilke, major Austrian poet, born 1875. People know him for the Duino elegies, sonnets to Orpheus, and the letters to a young poet, as you've mentioned. For writers out there, I consider letters to a young poet sort of like required reading at some
Hmm.
point. You should definitely check those out. Very, very encouraging without being sort of sappy or plaintive or cliche,
Right.
uh, now he's better known for his work of poetry, and that's 100 years from now, what will be read of Rilke is probably the poetry and the letters. But the notebooks of Malta Lourdes Briga are quite good. A lot of it is about place. I think a lot of it is about place in the way that parts of my struggle are about place and understanding how these places change, and some extent, to some extent, being a place yourself. The notebooks are about a sensitive young man, as people say, who lives in Paris around the turn of the century. So before Paris became the hip modernist Paris of the 1920s, uh, around the turn of the century, Rilke was there, sort of doing that before Hemingway was there, right? Um, Now let me just read a little bit of this, 'cause I think it's quite good. Quote. I am learning to see. Why, I cannot say, but all things enter more deeply into me, nor do the impressions remain at the level where they used to cease. There is a place within me of which I knew nothing. Now all things tend that way. I do not know what happens there. A little bit further down. Quote, have I mentioned already that I am learning to see? Yes, I am making a start. I have not made much progress yet, but I mean to make the most of my time. To think, for example, that I have never consciously registered just how many faces there are. There are a great many people, but there are a great many more faces, for every person has several. There are people who wear the same face for years on end. Naturally, it shows signs of wear. It gets dirty. It cracks at the creases. It splays out like gloves worn on a journey. These are simple people, practicing economies, and they do not change the face or even have it cleaned. It'll do fine, they insist, and who is to prove them wrong? The question, of course, since they have several faces, is what they do with the others. They keep them for best. Their children can wear them someday, but it has been known for their dogs to go out wearing them too. And why not? A face is a face. So I kind of picked this for a couple of reasons. One, uh, faces and names are important in the work of Knausgaard. I think we saw that in the wonderful passage you read at the beginning of the method portion about Knausgaard looking at his own face, right?
Mm, mm.
We see that in an important, which we're going to talk about a little bit in more detail in a little bit. We see that early on in volume one when young Knausgaard sees a face in the water on TV and is sort of mystified and perplexed by it. And we see it in this notion of, right, if we think of the name as the literary version of the face, we see this in all this time that Knausgaard ends up spending in volume six dealing with the concept of names. So I just thought it was interesting to see this in this Rilke passage, which the notebooks of Malta Lorid's Briga is to me is like if Knausgaard went back to the year 1900 and tried to write My Struggle, he might have written the notebooks or something similar to it. There was another big passage I was going to read, but I'm going to skip that just for sort of the sake of time. But this is, again, I highly recommend people to go out and read this book. It's probably 120 or 150 pages, somewhere in there. And Rilke is so lucid, and he's got a talent for coming up with very curious, but they're very original, but always apt metaphor. It's like, I've never heard that said before, but that's exactly
Mm-hmm.
that's exactly the thing that makes sense. So,
Right.
yeah, Rilke highly recommended. Um, Now, there's something that I got thinking about too here, and maybe I'm just wasting time before we get to my struggle, but
Right.
but I did want to mention this because I'm frankly a little anxious to talk about Hitler in depth, but we are going to do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Uh, um, there's a couple of other uh, artists who are mentioned by Knausgaard and are sort of in Knausgaard's DNA and who are Norwegians. And that would be Edvard Munch and Knut Hamsun. And I don't know. Have you
Mhm.
ever read Hunger by
I,
Hamsun?
I haven't actually. I haven't.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and I'm not going to talk about it in detail because I don't have it at my fingertips. But it's quite. I remember being sort of stricken by how good it is. And I think everybody's familiar with the works of Edvard Munch, particularly The Scream, which is one of those paintings that was so sort of earth shaking at the time that it has now become a cliche, but at the time was like startlingly original. And you think about what now Knausgaard's doing that might be in the same vein. I mean, apparently at one point, Knausgaard lived like down the street from where the house that Knut Hamsun died in, right? So this is physically this they're in the same territory too, as well as I think in a certain sense their writing project. Um, I think the common sort of DNA with these guys is a certain amount of expressionism. And, you know, we think about what expressionism is when it's probably easiest to see of the three in Munch, which is fundamentally, I think the simplest definition or description of what the expressionist mode is it's just a subjective version of reality, right? It's
Right.
we're not trying to make a documentary that captures every element. We're showing this through a particular lens. And now you can see that with Edvard Munch, the scream, right? The whole scenery is sort of caught up in this person's screaming. In Knut Hamsun's Hunger, as the main character goes through the course of the book, while he gets hungrier and hungrier, his hunger gets such that from his perspective, reality is distorted in a compelling but also kind of horrifying way. Um, Now, Knausgaard's project seems at one level to be like not expressionist at all. It's just like reality, right?
Right.
If you were, I think on one level, if you're going to try to bring my struggle and apply a art style to it, you might say it's photorealism or something, right? We're just going to
Hmm.
we're going to capture the details. But I think when you get to the house, and we talked about this a lot in the first part, but I think it's worth thinking about. I mean, you can think about the house that Knausgaard creates indefinitely. Like there are, as a writer or as a reader, there are many, many, many layers to how he built that and what it means and what it's doing in terms of narrative and in terms of meaning and symbol. But I think there's a sort of another layer of sort of expressionism which he's doing that you might see in like Tarkovsky films, for instance, where it doesn't appear subjective particularly. Like it looks objective, and yet the physical reality around the character still maps onto the interior experience of the character, right? So
Hmm.
Knausgaard is cleaning that house. We talked about this. He's cleaning out his soul or something at the same time, right? He's doing both of these things simultaneously. And so the house becomes his mind or, wherever, his mind or his heart or his soul or whatever word you want to use, right? Um, and I think there's a passage I could have read from the Rilke memoir that's very much the same, in which he's describing his apartment in Paris when he's got no money, and he kind of realized, well, he's talking about this apartment, but he's actually talking about himself without talking about himself, right?
Right.
And sometimes that's more powerful, you know, than talking about yourself, putting yourself in a context that reflects what things are like, I think can be really powerful. Um, okay. Now, in this next bit here, um, so Rilke works on his book for 6 years, ending in 1910 when he is 35 years old. Knausgaard publishes the first volume of My Struggle when he is 41 years old in the year 2009. But apparently he had started to write it in 2004 and he just kept failing. We kind of alluded to this, I think. He just kind of kept failing. He couldn't figure out how to write this thing until suddenly he did. And then he wrote it very quickly. But he started it when he was like 35 or 36 years old. Um, and there's another book that was written when its author was 35 that
Oh
we're going to
boy.
talk about in a second. And now I'm curious, Aaron, what were you writing when you were 35? Where were you
Let me
like as a
let me
writer at
think.
35?
So
Without, I don't want you to give away your age
no, 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 no,
necessarily
no,
if you
no,
want.
no. I'm 50. I'm 52. I don't mind. Um, So Dog on the Cross came out when I was 31. And then, okay, so I was working on revisions to my first novel um, when I was 35. That's kind
Mm,
of where I was. But I was still very much, I didn't realize it at the time, but I was still very much figuring out how to write a novel. I
oh,
had
sure.
I had gotten I'd gotten the short story um down in a way that I felt comfortable with the form, and I felt solid with it. But I was still figuring out how to, I don't know, I guess when I first started when I first sold a novel, I was still thinking of it as a long short story,
Mm,
which it very much isn't.
right.
So
Right.
that's kind of where I was with my development as a fiction
Right.
writer.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of think 35 is an interest. I before I even was starting to put this together and kind of realized that there was some kind of age related conjunction here. I'd always thought that like in a movie or something or a novel even if they don't tell you the age or it's not like directly indicated, that I always
Hmm.
just assumed they were 35 years old. Um,
Interesting.
because 35 is this age where it's like you're old enough to like everybody basically is going to treat you like an adult, right?
Hmm.
Whereas if you're 22, somebody who's like 60, or even to me, like a 22-year-old's a kid, right?
Absolutely.
Even though legally, whatever. But a 35-year-old's an adult. They can probably have a career kind of going, but also from a narrative perspective, they also still have time to like start over, you
Hmm.
know? You can still, man or woman, you can have a kid at 35. But you're getting towards the period where you're, as a woman at least, you're not going to be able to is kind of approaching, but you still can. Like
Right.
anything can still kind of happen at 35, and yet you're also fully an adult at the same time. So that's sort of like my mental note. If I'm watching a movie, I just always assume that everybody's 35 unless they're obviously younger or obviously older. And yeah, so I don't know. I just thought that was interesting that Rilke's writing his memoir at 35. Knausgaard tries to start his at 35. He doesn't figure out what he's actually doing for a couple of years, but it's not like he's writing anything else. He talks about this in my struggle, sort of banging his head against the wall for years trying to figure out how to write this thing. And that starts around age 35. Now we're going to talk about the other book called My Struggle for a little bit. Um, and Yeah, okay. So my struggle, it's not really a memoir and it's not actually an autobiography.
Right.
Wikipedia describes it as an autobiographical manifesto.
Yeah.
He was 35 years old when he began to write it, and it was published when he was, sorry, he was 34 years old when he started to write it, and it was published when he was 36. At the time, he was the leader of the party, and he was in prison following a failed coup. He was supposed to serve 5 years. Um, he doesn't. We're not going to go into whole history of all of this. Mostly, I want to get to what Knausgaard does with all of this stuff, with this relationship.
Yeah.
Um,
Old Adolf
yeah,
shows up to his trial wearing his Iron Cross,
right,
and the judges were they felt sorry for him because I they had avoided military service in the First World War,
Mhm.
which was such a catastrophe. And
Yeah,
so, they're like, yeah, you tried to overthrow the government, but at the same time, you served, you're a quote war hero.
right.
Yeah,
And he
very
did. I mean, he
interesting.
he did serve.
He did.
Right. So, yeah. So, as we talked about, right, Knausgaard sort of uses the same title. Um, there's there's a thing that happens. Okay, so I actually read a bit, not the whole thing, in preparation to this, I wanted to read a little bit of Mein Kampf just to get a sense of like what is it.
Hmm.
Um, and I have to tell you, it is weird to start reading
Really?
it. It's a
Oh yeah,
weird
yeah, yeah.
feeling.
I've never read
Yeah.
any of it. I've only read like passages in like
Yeah.
books on World War II.
Right. I mean, I probably read 40 pages or something like that.
Wow,
And
wow.
I read the first part, which is it's the most autobiographical. It's not an autobiography, and we're going to get to some aspects of what's going on there. But I mean, you read it and it's not good. It's not particularly interesting or compelling or anything. Like there's
Hmm.
no I'm not saying there's like a redeeming literary aspect to it or whatever, but I will say that like it's very banal to begin with, and yet
Interesting.
it's very unsettling at the same time because of
Yeah,
all the
yeah, yeah.
historical context, right? You're like reading it like waiting. I don't know what I'm waiting to happen as I'm reading it, but it's strange. And Knausgaard talks about it and he says like, you know, nobody has read Mein Kampf and become a Nazi afterwards. Like it just doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. The book isn't,
Interesting.
it's not good enough at that. Um, and that's what Knausgaard says. I don't know. I'm sure there's somebody out there who's been influenced by it. Um, but one thing that was kind of interesting. So Knausgaard goes into this, as we said in volume 6. He sort of, I think, decided that he needed to take on this relationship. You know, he'd written 5 volumes of My Struggle. He'd become like an international literary superstar. I think, some huge proportion of the people in Norway had read the first volume, and subsequent volumes had sold better than anything he could imagine as well. Um, so I think he came to a point where he felt like he had to reckon with this title a little bit.
Right.
And which I think makes perfect sense. Um, so he kind of talks about reading it, and then in this long chapter or part of volume 6 called The Name and the Number, it's about 400 pages long, and I want to say about 300 pages of it are dealing with AH.
Yeah, yeah.
um,
Yeah,
uh,
it's a yeah, 300-page Hitler essay.
It's right, and it's wild. And for all that Mein Kampf is not compelling, I found Knausgaard's bit Name and the Number actually very compelling. I don't
Oh,
know
yeah,
about,
yeah.
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. And one thing I found so interesting is it did seem like something that not Knausgaard's doing is because I noticed that the tension that I felt when I cracked open, well, it's just a PDF. I don't have a physical copy of it, right? But when I started to scroll down in in Mein Kampf, that tension was like a factor of 10 or more, but it was similar to the tension I felt when I cracked open Knausgaard's My Struggle.
Mm,
Because, like I said at the beginning, when it was like, we're going to read My Struggle. And it's like, all right, who is this guy who named his book about his life, My Struggle? Right?
right.
Who would do that? Right? What is the point of this? Why are you up to this? So I felt that tension reading Knausgaard's My Struggle. And then as I'm getting to read Mein Kampf, I'm feeling it times 10. And then
Hmm.
starting to read into the name and the number section in Knausgaard's volume 6, you kind of realize that from a literary standpoint, what Knausgaard's doing is he's actually sort of leveraging the power of that tension that you feel.
That's right.
Um, and I mean, what does he do with it? Interestingly enough, he he turns Hitler back into a person
Hmm.
in a way that does not exonerate him at all.
Of course, of
Um,
course.
but uh, I think actually, and we're going to get to a very specific passage of that, I think actually makes the whole sort of Nazi, Hitler, all of that, almost makes it even darker in a sense,
Hmm.
because now Hitler isn't some demon that crawled out of hell and got power. He was a
Right.
human being.
That's right.
And that means there is another human being out there who might be on the same trajectory, or
That's
probably
right.
is if it doesn't get interrupted in some way, right? Um, and it becomes even weirder. Now, uh, not weirder, it becomes more like tactile, like more real. It's
Yeah, if you turn Hitler into some kind of supernatural being or a demon or whatever, you
mhm,
miss the fact that, I mean, as you said, he's human
mhm.
and other people have the capacity to become what he became.
Right,
And the
right,
more disturbing thing is how many of us would, have the capacity for that kind of evil.
right, right. And maybe even not on that scale, right?
Sure.
Because Um, yeah, plenty of people carry out acts of evil on a much smaller scale, right,
Right.
than Hitler did, and their evil is it's more different in degree than kind. I guess it's different in kind as well. But and, you think of somebody like a serial killer or something who's killed a dozen people or 20 people. The act is in the same direction. They just didn't get there,
Right.
if that makes sense, right? They
That's
didn't,
right.
there's plenty of people who would have wanted to be Hitler, I guess, is my point. And they just,
They didn't.
they didn't get there from their own, quote unquote flaws or historical, realities or whatever. Um,
They didn't have the
but
opportunity.
didn't have the opportunity exactly. Um, And Knausgaard does this really interesting thing. So to kind of make this point, to sort of turn Hitler back into a man and thereby like sort of force us to confront the how sort of real all that was. Um, he kind of attacks. I don't want to say it, attacks isn't the right word. First of all, he kind of addresses the book of which his book is named after, right? He addresses Mein Kampf, and he basically shows that the book Mein Kampf, even the autobiographical sections of it, is kind of a lie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hitler is papering over all kinds of aspects of his life to present um, a certain kind of persona. And it's not necessarily the things that he said about his own life, especially his youth, weren't true. It's that they were such a small picture of what was actually going on that they end up being kind of a falsehood. Um, he doesn't talk, for instance, about how desperately in love he was with his mother, right?
Right.
How he doesn't talk about how he effectively hated and feared his father, who
Right.
more than once beat him to within an inch of his life.
Right. Right.
Um, he doesn't talk about how awkward he was and how he didn't have any friends and how, he wasn't good at sports and all these sort of, the things that you would be, if it was anybody else, you would feel sympathetic about, right? And like,
Right.
nobody deserves to be beaten in it within an inch of their life when they're a kid. Like nobody deserves that.
Of course.
Um, uh, Now there's and I did find the father part interesting, and Knausgaard spends a bit of time talking about this too, because I mean, what is My Struggle Volume One by Knausgaard about? It's about his father and his relationship
Right.
with his father, right? And it turns out that Hitler's relationship to his father is very formative in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, and you know, so but then what Knausgaard ends up doing is like, okay, it's like, all right, Mein Kampf, at least the autobiographical section, it's basically a lie. So what does Knausgaard do in volume 6 of My Struggle? He's like, I'm going to basically tell you what he didn't tell you about his life. And,
Mm.
about how he's rejected from the Art Academy in Vienna, but he didn't tell anybody he was rejected, right?
Right.
About how he was terrified of women and of sex, about how he was homeless for a couple of years. I think he does maybe talk about that in Mein Kampf, but he doesn't give you any details.
Right.
Yeah, he was homeless for like 2 or 3 years when he was 18 years old after both of his parents had died. About how he basically encouraged his one friend to come to Vienna and like pursue music, and his friend had more success than him. And so then when Hitler was rejected by the Art Academy for the second time, he just vanished because he was so embarrassed he didn't want to admit to his friend that he didn't get into the Art Academy. Um, Hitler doesn't talk about his narcissism and insecurity and his restlessness that didn't allow him to actually see through anything through to the end. He doesn't talk about the fact that one of the reasons he failed out of the art academy was that he was so parochial that he had no idea what anybody else was doing as an academic painter, right? He was so behind the times that he he was like a country bumpkin. Like he
Right.
didn't know what they were doing in the art academy, right? Um, he doesn't talk about the fact that he was in love with Vienna when he first got there, and by the time Germany sort of the Nazi Party took over Vienna, he hated Vienna and he paid it no attention.
Right.
It didn't like he didn't even fit it into his grand demented plan of what he was going to do because he hated Vienna so much. And the reason he hated Vienna so much was because he'd been rejected by the art academy and he had to sleep on lice. He had to sleep on a bench in the park.
Right.
Um, yeah, so it's really interesting to have Knausgaard sort of revisit all these other aspects of Hitler and show you, he's a person. And when he's like a teenager, he's a real asshole, but he's
Hmm.
not Hitler.
He's not Hitler yet.
He's just an asshole.
Right. Right.
He's we would call, and we would also, in addition, he's also like kind of neurodivergent. Knausgaard claims he's very detached from reality. He doesn't seem to really have there's no rubber meets the road between 18-year-old Hitler's ideas and reality. They don't
Yeah.
they don't communicate to each other.
He hadn't done well in school, and he spent
No.
most of his time reading dime store American Westerns.
Yes, he did. Yeah, yeah. And then even later on, when he was sort of motivated to like learn a little bit later on, but he never did it in any like pragmatic way. Like, in terms of like if he knew something about a philosopher, it was because he read about it in like a review in a magazine. It's not like he
Right.
went out and read Nietzsche. He read the
No.
1.5 page review of something in a magazine.
Right.
That was the level of his sort of autodidactism, I guess. Yeah. Um, Now there is this interesting turn that I did find kind of compelling in the Knausgaard Volume 6 when he's talking about Hitler. He's sort of giving this biography, kind of, um, and he spends a lot of time talking about the memoirs of Hitler's one friend during his youth, which was this guy named Kubizek. Um, and Kubizek is um, Kubizek kind of knew that Hitler was kind of off his rocker, but sort of liked him anyway, I guess. Again, this is when they're like teenagers. And there's this part where there's some years, the point is there's some years where the only document we have of Hitler's life is this memoir by Kubizek, right?
Hmm.
And there's some reason to believe that it might be not 100% faithful because Kubizek was later in life was a Nazi party supporter, so we don't know exactly, but here's a bit from Knausgaard talking about Kubizek's memoir about Hitler in sort of his worst period. And I just thought this was kind of interesting. Quote, nothing of what he did then pointed toward anything else. The misery into which he gradually sank was indeed misery. He was seen standing in line at a soup kitchen for the homeless. Everything indicates that he slept in the park. He slept in the parks for a time. He had no friends, hardly any acquaintances, and what little social contact he had consisted of the fellow destitutes he encountered at a flop house. Moreover, the 5 years he spent living in this way are perhaps the most crucial of all in a person's life, those between the ages of 18 and 23. Hitler was destitute. Nothing of what he had believed in had turned out to be right. His dreams had fallen short. He was a person no one wanted and no one needed. He had lost his grip on reality, had practically no footing at all in the real world. If he had frozen to death in the night, no one would have cared. He was in every sense a non-entity, vanished into total anonymity in the very gutter of society.
It's amazing.
Right. So now Now, there's this interesting thing that happens um, where, so the biggest, Knausgaard also kind of talks about the main Hitler biography, which I believe is a 2 volume biography written by a man named Kershaw.
Mm,
And
I
while
have
these
that.
are, do you? Yeah, well,
Hmm.
they're very apparently, I've never read them. Apparently, they're very comprehensive, and Knausgaard kind of says that they're a fine biography. But he notes a bit in the Kershaw. The one thing he says about Kershaw is, Kershaw's constantly painting him as Hitler in a negative light, which obviously makes sense. We all understand why you would do that. But Knausgaard finds this period where Kershaw's talking about finds this part in the biographies where Kershaw's talking about this 5 year period, and he sort of Knausgaard points out is like the only document we have is from Hitler's friend, and Kershaw interprets the situation differently, and he sort of says like, well, by what authority is Kershaw making this interpretation,
Hmm.
right? Because Kubizek's the only person who knew him. So how can you say something Kubizek didn't say? Because you literally have no other source, right?
Right.
Um, and I think there's an interesting point to it, but Knausgaard uses it to come to this point, and then we're gonna move off this Hitler stuff so I can feel calm once again.
Ah.
um, um, okay. Quote, this is Knausgaard in volume 6. Quote, the issue with biography as a genre, and this is as true of autobiography as it is of the memoir, is that the author purports to be omniscient, a sole authority. He or she knows how it all turned out, and as such, it is almost impossible not to accord emphasis to any sign, be it character trait or event, that points in that one direction, even if, as in this instance, it is merely one trait, one event among many others that in no way called attention to themselves. Of course, the truth of any past situation is elusive. It belongs to the moment and cannot be separated from it. But we may ensnare that moment, illuminate it from different angles, weigh the plausibility of one interpretation against that of another, and in that experiment endeavor to ignore what later happened, which is to say, refrain from considering one character trait, one event, as a sign of something other than what it is in itself. This, in itself, is both riddle and solution at the same time. If we view Hitler as a bad person with categorically negative characteristics, even as a child and a young man, all pointing toward a subsequently escalating evil, then Hitler is of, quote, the other, and thereby not of us. And in that case, we have a problem, since then we are unburdened of the atrocities he and Germany later committed, these being
Mm.
something they did, so no longer a
Right.
threat to us. And then a little bit later on in this same paragraph, but it's a long paragraph, at the end, he says, in the night of pathology and the predetermined, there is no free will. And without free will, there is no guilt.
Mm. Hmm.
And I think there's something really powerful there in that what Knausgaard's doing is he's sort of saying, well, he was a person. And so we can only indict him if he's a person. It's,
Right.
if he's a
That's right.
demon or a devil or, a bear, right?
Right.
When an animal does something bad and, kills your dog, you're upset, but you're not like, that bear is evil. That's just what it does. But he's a
Right.
human, you restore the humanity to this character. And, and it's not a fun realization to have that somebody not that different from you or I is who carried this stuff out, right?
Yeah. A couple of things to bring this full circle where we
Yeah,
started talking
yeah,
about the different memoirs and confessions.
yeah.
Um, Knausgaard's confession and Augustine's confession are about I have failed, I am deficient, I am at fault, and that has created this rift in my world. And
Hmm.
Hitler's confession is I have been persecuted, I have been put upon, and I have been targeted by an entire class of people who control the world and who are conspiring to destroy me and others like me.
Yes.
And those are very different kinds of confessions, right?
Hmm.
And it seems that, well, time will tell with Knausgaard, I suppose, but with
Yeah.
Augustine's confession, that leads to redemption.
Hmm. Hmm.
And with Hitler's form of confession, that leads to mass genocide and death.
Right.
And another thing about Hitler's confession, I I'm not sure people realize the extent to which suicide was not just the way Hitler's life ended. Hitler's entire life after World War One was suicidal.
Yes.
And his life is suffused with suicide. Every woman he was romantically involved with either committed suicide or made a suicide attempt.
Right. Right.
Like that's the kind of black hole he is.
Yes. Yes,
And
exactly.
when faced with any kind of decision, Hitler always pushed to the point where either it would mean success for him and eventually his party, or its complete and total annihilation, destruction. So he
Hmm.
was always wagering his own suicide against whatever moment and whatever challenge he came up against.
Hmm.
And the remarkable thing is that he wasn't suicided more quickly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the gamble of we're going to blitz into Poland, and that worked out for him. And then
Right.
okay, the gamble we're going to blitz into France, that worked out for him. And then he starts making gambles that pull the entire temple down on their own heads, like the invasion into the Soviet Union
Hmm.
with
Hmm.
Operation Barbarossa.
After, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
as soon
exactly.
as he opens that two front war, and then as soon as he's allied with Imperial Japan, who attacks the United States, it's over for him. He just doesn't know it
Hmm.
yet.
Hmm. Hmm. But I it's one of those I really like that you brought it back around to this sort of confessions of um I did this thing and so my life is my own fault in a way,
Right.
or versus these things happened to me so it's somebody else's fault.
That's right.
um because that is, to me, that's like fundamental, like that's just something you can take into your own life. To me, that is that's something I've incorporated into my life. Is I'm regularly evaluating, like, am I playing the victim here? Like, am
Right.
I allowing myself the luxury of perceiving myself as a victim? Um, because it fundamentally is just an interpretive frame. You can just
It is.
decide you're a victim or decide you're not a victim in a
You
way.
can.
Yeah,
You
in
can.
most circumstances. And I'm not talking about, like, yeah, somebody just like home invaded you, then, for a minute, for
That's
some
different.
sort of short period of time, you can think of yourself as a victim. But generally, in the broad sweep of your life, nothing good comes from framing yourself that way. Um,
There are many, many, many people who have been victimized.
mhm.
I think if you're an adult, it's not that it's not necessarily you're even wrong that you've been
Right.
victimized, but the only way your life is going to get better, the only way you have a shot is ceasing to think of yourself in that way, realizing that no one is coming to save you, no one else is coming to help you. You have to do it.
Yes.
It's
Yeah. Yeah.
only up to you. No one's going to care about your life like you are.
Right. Right. Exactly. Exactly. And yeah, yeah. And I'm glad you kind of clarified that. I didn't mean to say that nobody is ever victimized.
Of
It's
course, of
it's
course.
it's really about how you perceive yourself in your life than anything
Yes.
else.
I
Yeah.
think if you adopt a mind frame that you've been victimized and many people are victimized, and
Mhm.
then therefore I can't do anything, or
Right.
therefore, you know, people owe it to me to come rescue me. Well, the sad truth is no one is coming to rescue you in the way you need to be
Mhm.
rescued.
Mhm.
Um, and if you have a shot at making it, whatever that might mean, you're going to have to you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to rescue yourself.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So
I like that. Yeah.
yeah, there's a
Yeah.
way in which Hitler turns, quote, being a victim. Not that he obviously, and he wasn't a victim, but the way
Hmm.
he turns, his sense of victimhood into a campaign of mass murder, mass death, and
Yeah.
destruction.
Yeah.
And
I think, oh, go ahead.
no,
Sorry.
please, please.
I was just gonna say, I don't think it's quite that he wasn't a victim because he was the victim of a lot of the same historical forces that everybody else was. It's
Sure, sure.
just his response to those forces, right?
That's right.
You
That's
know,
right.
there's another greater, much greater man that could have lived through his same life and come out of it and said, you know what, like I'm gonna, become a philanthropist or I'm gonna do some kind of good in the world to
Oh, for sure.
somehow fight out the darkness that almost consumed me, right?
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
would say most human, like 99.9% of human beings, you know, would have gone through homelessness, world war, hysterical blindness,
Mhm.
being institutionalized briefly,
Mhm.
and have done anything else than committed genocide, committed genocide, right?
Yeah, right.
Like anything else but that, right? So like
Yeah,
it takes a particular kind of person to turn, uh, pain into industrial scale death.
right. Right, right. Well, and this is okay, so this kind of gets me to like this last little bit that I want to
Yeah,
do there's because the struggle, my struggle is the name of Knausgaard's book. It's the name, it's the, the English translated name of Hitler's book. Um, Thinking about what does my struggle mean, and I think we've come at it from sort of several different angles at this point. And I think I got really kind of very interested in this sort of inside versus outside thing, right? Knausgaard's got this, well, I mean, what is any writer trying to do? A writer, one thing we're trying to do as writers is we've got a thing in our head and our hearts and our souls, whatever you want to call it, that we're trying to make a material reality.
mm-hmm.
Right, you've got this idea or, loosely defined idea that you're trying to make into a thing to share with other people,
That's right.
maybe just try and sell it or whatever, right? For whatever purpose. Um, Now Hitler's thing is he's trying to make something happen, something inside him come out too, and it's like you said, it's a black hole.
Right.
He's trying to extend the black hole over the entire sort of world. Um, and as I kind of got thinking about this and reading the parts that of Knausgaard's My Struggle in which he seems the least happy,
Right.
and the part where I did find it in my notes here, this part where he's talking about, I'll just read it real quick. Quote, why should the fact that I am a writer mean that our children do their utmost to get their own way, whatever the consequences? Where does all the mess in our lives come from? I know I can change all this. I know we too can become that kind of family, the picture perfect postcard
Mm.
family. But then I would have to want it, and in which case life would have to revolve around nothing else. And that is not what I want. I do everything I have to do for the family. That is my duty. The only thing I have learned from life is to endure it, never to question it, and to burn up the longing generated by this in writing. Where this ideal has come from, I have no idea. And as I now see it before me in black and white, it almost seems perverse. Why
Mm.
duty before happiness?
Mm.
Now, I started, I was sort of thinking through volume one and sort of trying to understand okay, he's clearly, we've talked about so many aspects of this, and I've had my understanding of the project Knausgaard is undertaking has grown so much. It's been very gratifying. And then I kind of thought, okay, so what is the struggle, not just of the title, but of his own life? And I weirdly, it's a like a it brought me to a particular moment, and it's a moment that again has to do with faces. So there's something about these faces and thereby names that kind of keeps coming back. And let me just find the passage real quick, and I think you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I get there. And then we'll kind of talk about this a little bit, and then I that's pretty much all I got. Quote: A fishing smack sinks off the coast of northern Norway one night. The crew of 7 drowned. Next morning, the event is described in all the newspapers. It is a so-called mystery. The weather was calm and no mayday call was sent from the boat. It just disappeared. A fact which the TV stations underlined that evening by flying over the scene of the drama in a helicopter and showing pictures of the empty sea. The sky is overcast, the gray-green swell heavy but calm, as though possessing a different temperament from the choppy, white-flecked waves that burst forth here and there. I am sitting alone watching it. It is some time in spring, I suppose, for my father is working in the garden. I stare at the surface of the sea without listening to what the reporter says, and suddenly the outline of a face emerges. I don't know how long it stays there, a few seconds perhaps, but long enough for it to have a huge impact on me. The moment the face disappears, I get up to find someone I can tell. My mother is on the evening shift, my brother is playing soccer, and the other children on our block won't listen. So it has to be Dad, I think, and hurry down the stairs, jump into shoes, thread my arms through the sleeves of my jacket, open up the door, and run around the house. We are not allowed to run in the garden, so just before I enter his line of vision, I slow down and start walking. He is standing at the rear of the house, looking, down in what will be the vegetable garden, lunging at a boulder with a sledgehammer. Even though the hollow is only a few meters deep, the black soil he has dug up and is standing on together with the dense clump of rowan trees growing beyond the fence behind him cause the twilight to deepen. As he straightens up and turns to me, his face is almost completely shrouded in darkness. Nonetheless, I have more than enough information to know his mood. This is apparent not from his facial expressions, but his physical posture. And you do not read it with your mind, but with your intuition. He puts down the sledgehammer and removes the gloves. Now, note the change in shift there, or the shift in tense there. Well, he says, I've just seen a face in the sea on TV, I say, coming to a halt on the lawn above him. The neighbor had felled a pine tree earlier in the afternoon, and the air is filled with the strong resin smell from the logs lying on the other side of the stone wall. A diver? Dad says. He knows I am interested in divers, and I suppose he cannot imagine I would find anything else interesting enough to make me come out and tell him about it. I shake my head. It wasn't a person. It was something I saw in the sea. Something you saw, huh? He says, taking the packet of cigarettes from his breast pocket. I nod and turn to go. Wait a minute, he says. He strikes a match and bends his head forward to light the cigarette. The flame carves out a small grotto of light in the gray dusk. Right, he says. After taking a deep drag, he places one foot on the rock and stares in the direction of the forest on the other side of the road, or perhaps he is staring at the sky above the trees. Was it Jesus you saw? He asks, looking up at me. Had it not been for the friendly voice and the long pause before the question, I would have thought he was poking fun at me. He finds it rather embarrassing that I am a Christian. All he wants of me is that I do not stand out from the other kids, and of all the teeming mass of kids in the estate, no one other than his youngest son calls himself a Christian. But he is really giving this some thought. I feel a rush of happiness because he actually cares, while still feeling vaguely offended that he can underestimate me in this way. I shake my head. And I think with this, we talked about, faces have come up multiple times here, sort of, and I found it fascinating yesterday when you read the passage about him looking at his own face, because I had all this other face stuff already going on in my preparation for this. So we've got, him looking at his own face, this notion that faces in literature are names. And then this one part of the book that seems, I don't know, like you could write this passage and another book could become some kind of speculative novel after this, right? Right. Where,
Right.
suddenly there's ghosts and stuff like that. And it doesn't go in that direction, obviously, but you could see it going in that direction from here. And, I think it's interesting that it's this moment of him and his dad almost connecting in a way that they almost never do.
Hmm.
Um, and I mean, I couldn't help but think that that face he saw in the sea, you know, was God, or
Right.
him imagining that he got a glimpse of it. And it just made me wonder if, like, is that the face he's looking for throughout the rest of the My Struggle books? Maybe without even quite knowing it. I don't know.
I,
Is that passage memorable to you?
yeah, I think
Yeah.
that is the face we're all looking for in some
Mhm.
way, and we have different words for it.
Right, right.
I think God uh, is. I don't want to say an easier way to think about it,
Hmm.
but I think whatever term you use, that sense of wholeness, of being, and of being seen
Hmm.
by the creator, or complete consciousness, or the being that will subsume everything into it.
Hmm.
I don't know. I think we're all searching for that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think so too. And I think if he had, I think about that moment where he's talking about, and I was really sort of moved by the passage I read just a little bit ago before this, where, he's talking about how he's the conventional life doesn't make him happy, right? He can't find joy there. And I kind of wondered, like, would he have been able to find some more peace in it if that face he felt that face in the sea looking on him when in
Hmm.
those moments? If it felt somehow like it was purposeful, it wasn't just like duty. I was just like, okay, I got a list of things I'm supposed to do, and I guess I'll do it.
Hmm.
If it wasn't part of something bigger, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I was fascinated by it. I read that passage about the face in the sea a number of times because it's so evocative. Um,
Yeah. That
yeah,
reminds me, and maybe to land the plane on this section,
yeah.
I think about Emmanuel Levinas's idea of the face.
Oh,
And Levinas talks about how the face of another makes a claim on us. And then once you start thinking about that, and you read what Levinas has to say, you see it everywhere, right? And you see it in people who will violate another person's face, or
mm.
pretend to. I told him to his face
Right,
this, that, and the
right,
other, right? Or,
right.
or, I had all these mean things I was going to say to him, but when we were face to face, I couldn't say it. Something changed. And that,
Hmm.
it's back to, I mean, I'm really partial to that notion, the idea of the face, and the face making a claim on us.
Yeah, I quite like that. Well, and this makes me think of this whole other discussion we could be having. I mean, one thing that's sort of interesting about our times now is how much we interact with people like online or whatever, and
Right,
we don't see their face, we don't look them in the eye, and um, you can really turn somebody into something they're not if you don't actually ever have to look them in the eye, right?
right,
And look them in the face. And, I kind of swimming around in some of the things that we talked about. I think that's one of the potent things that Knausgaard ultimately does throughout My Struggle. He looks at himself in the face in a way that,
right,
I think everybody probably ought to do a few times in their life. He looks his father in the face, which is not easy. He
right,
looks his grandmother in the face, which is also not easy, but in a different way.
right,
And then, I mean, ultimately, he looks, you know, directly into the face of what we most of us agree is the most evil man in history. He looks that person
Yeah.
right in the face too. Um, yeah, it's interesting how I ended up thinking that this whole project of Knausgaard's is very, very brave. I have to be honest, like when I first heard about it, I thought it was kind of a self-indulgent, not when I read it, but when I heard
Right.
about it, I
Right.
thought it was kind of self-indulgent, to be
Right.
honest, as a
Right.
project. And now I'm kind of walking away from it being like, man, that guy's actually like, I don't really think that many things in literature are actually brave, but my struggle might actually be.
Yeah. And think about the reverse of that when Hitler's in the bunker at the end and
Hmm.
the Red Army is advancing from the east and the Allies, you know, Brits and Americans are advancing from the west. He would rather administer cyanide caplets to his dog, to his, uh, he had just married her,
Hmm.
to his wife, and then swallow cyanide and shoot himself in the head,
Hmm.
than have to stare into the face of the people who would apprehend him
Yeah. Yeah.
and like be called to account.
Right. Right. Right.
So like
Mm.
Knausgaard's bravery is highlighted and Hitler's cowardice is also
Indeed.
highlighted.
Yeah. No, I think you're right on.
All right.
Wow. Well, wow. All right. That was invigorating.
That
Aaron,
was
thank you.
great. That was great. That was great. We're joined by friend of the show, Jarvis, on X/Twitter at Jarvis_best. Jarvis is an attorney and a culture writer and Representative Nancy Mace's concubine. He's one of my he's one of my favorite mutuals on Twitter and easily the funniest. Karl Knausgaard is his favorite writer. Welcome, Jarvis.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's an honor, boys.
Yeah, excellent. I'm looking forward to this.
Well, I want to know first off, how did you come to Knausgaard? Where did you first hear about him? When did you start reading him?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a little bit of a long story if you have just a couple of minutes,
Of
but
course.
I grew up in a small town in the desert, and little trailer parks and no art museums to speak of, obviously. But when I was a little kid, I saw The Scream by Edvard Munch. I think I saw it on a car advertisement on TV or something like that. But I saw The Scream, and I I was just completely captivated by it. So I had never seen a painting that wasn't designed to be pretty. This was something that was evocative. It was something that communicated something, and I became obsessed. And so I sent away. It's like pre-internet days, right? So I sent away for a poster of The Scream. Put it above my bed. Other kids in the early '90s probably got Michael Jordan or Pamela Anderson. I've got
Right.
The Scream above my bed. I
Ha!
have, and for formal events, I had a necktie with a picture of The Scream on it. So that was
Whoa.
how committed I was to the bit. So, years later, I'm living in New York City. I'm living in the Upper East Side, so I'm within walking distance of the Metropolitan Museum of Art and some other places. And what I've noticed at this point is, gosh, as I'm just walking through these museums, the monks were just calling to me. They were more interesting and just really spoke to me in ways that the other paintings didn't. And so I became a huge fan of Edvard Munch. And so again, years later, I'm living in Colorado now. I just decide, gosh, I don't know about Edvard Munch other than Wikipedia level knowledge. I need to read, whatever the prestige biography of
Mhm.
Edvard Munch is. And it
Mhm.
turns out there isn't one,
Oh,
so I know this is a podcast for writers. So someone go write the prestige biography of Edvard
yeah.
Munch, and then send.
That's really surprising to me,
Yeah, no
actually.
doubt.
Yeah.
I was just thinking
Yeah.
that.
Well, and you look at like Van Gogh, who was contemporary of Monk. He's got a thousand books about him. Edvard Munch, not really so much, despite the fact that I mean he lived a long life. I mean he was born in the 1800s and really I think kind of hit a stride in 1892, 93. Ultimately had a nervous breakdown. And then recovered, moved back to Norway after living in continental Europe for a while, and then lived a very long life and was ultimately killed during World War II as an old man when the Nazis invaded Norway. But um, I'm just looking for what is the best book in English that I can find on Edvard Munch, and I come across a book called "So Much Longing in So Little Space" by
Right.
Karl Ove Knausgaard. Now, at this point, I have never heard of this guy before, never heard of the writer. I wasn't interested in Karl at all. I was only interested in learning about Edvard Munch. So I get the book and I read it, and come to find out, it's not really a biography of Edvard Munch at all. It's about Karl's reaction to Monk. It's about what Monk makes Karl feel. So it's a very Knausgaard centric type book, as all of his books are. Really about his feelings and how Edvard Munch, his fellow Norwegian countryman, makes him feel and impacted his development as an artist. And so after I read the book, I'm just completely blown away by what Knausgaard is able to convey about Edvard Munch because and about his own feelings, and he's able to put things into words that I had never been able to put to words. Even though I'm a fan of Edvard Munch, and I've got all the books, the tabletop books of art where Munch is featured. But what Knausgaard was able to write about him was just how his paintings demanded attention. That they did not give you a choice, right? A lot of
Hmm.
paintings you could say, okay, I could look at that or not look at that, but Monk would just grab you. You have to look at these images because they were so powerful, and so emotional, even just kind of over the top for their day. But the writing was just so beautiful. So I thought, gosh, I'm going to do this. I read the whole book again. I think I'll read the book for a third time, and at that point, I'm like, well, I got to know more about this writer, Karl Ove
Right.
Knausgaard. So I think from there, I ordered the Four Seasons Quartet, which is great, and then A Time for Everything, which was a novel he wrote about angels, which I thought just totally blew me away.
Hmm.
And then at that point, I was hooked, and like, you know what, I know that this my struggle. Six-volume biography is autobiography is out there. Um, and he had impressed me enough. I thought, you know what, I gotta take the plunge and go ahead and read the definitive work.
Hmm. Wow. It's weird how you backdoored that like that. You came in through Monk's work to Knausgaard.
Yeah, and I would expect that for most people who come to Knausgaard, my struggle is the first thing. Uh, I would assume. Yeah.
Well, it's a very long book, and I don't like long
Yeah.
books because they take so long to read.
Yeah.
So
Understood. Same here.
I had to warm up a bit on Knausgaard. So much longing and so little space is tremendous. I think it's probably the best book about art I've ever read, and I've read quite a bit. But the writing's beautiful, and if you haven't read Knausgaard and you are at all interested in art, that's a really good place to start. Knausgaard also, I mean, he does a good mix, I think, of fiction and nonfiction, and he there's a lot of artistic commentary even in My Struggle and even in
Yeah.
some of the other books where he'll go on and I think it's some of the high points of My Struggle is he'll go off on a long tangent on Dostoevsky or Peter Doig or some other folks and do such a great job with that. And so he actually came out with a book called In the Land of the Cyclops, which is a collection of just essays he wrote about art, and that's a great read as well.
Oh, I'm gonna have to check that out because yeah, I agree. I really enjoyed, parts of My Struggle when he's talking about art. And I was particularly affected by, I don't know if you guys remember in volume one, there's a part where he's talking about flipping through a book of John Constable paintings, and seeing some clouds, a painting of clouds, and having this emotional reaction. And then he's trying to sort of almost explain to himself why he's having this reaction to it. That was a highlight to me in My Struggle. So
Yeah,
yeah.
totally a highlight. And in the book, he wrote a kind of a religious type of sci-fi book called The Morning Star. Or at least that's The Morning Star. Is a He's still writing it, I believe. A lengthy book that he's working on right now. And one of the characters in that book paints clouds as well. And so
Mhm.
if you read My Struggle and then you read all of his other work, you see the different autobiographical thoughts from My Struggle making their way into characters in the fictional novels, which it's always fun to make those connections.
Yeah, for sure.
Very
I
interesting. Yeah, go ahead, Brett.
Oh, well, I was going to ask a question, Aaron, that you and I were kind of talking about, and we kind of came to an answer, but we've got Jarvis here. Obviously, My Struggle, anybody who reads it, or most people who read it, it's obvious how good it is, right? But there's a lot of really good books that don't sort of take the literary world by storm. Do you have a sense of like why it caught on so much?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think it's got to be the level of honesty that he brought. Now he calls it a novel, but I mean, he does not come across good always,
No,
and his
no.
family and friends do not come across good always. And so um uh the book caused a stir even just with volume one, and not to give too much away, but volume one explores a very rough childhood,
Mhm.
um, with abuse and adulthood that for his father really crashes into the dirt. I mean, it's a rough read in certain respects as Knausgaard is kind of trying to pick up the pieces of his legacy, and it's true, right? Everything that
Yeah.
he's writing
Right.
is correct. And so when volume one comes out, it is a scandal in Norway. Norway is not a populous country. It's not a big country. It's about the same population as Scotland, and so it's
Right.
very tight knit. And Knausgaard was considered kind of a edgy but really up and coming writer. So his first book, which has not yet been translated into English, is called Out of the World, and it was very edgy. It had a cover that was virtually bordered probably on child pornography and
Yeah.
is about a teacher that falls in love with the student. And so it's a very it caused a lot of controversy when it came out. So people are knowing who Knausgaard is in Norway. And then when My Struggle comes out, it is immediately and aggressively denounced by members of his own family. Most prominently, his uncle, his dad's brother, who came in and said that Knausgaard was slandering his late father. And I
And
think that
and
that
his mother too, right? I mean, his Knausgaard's grandmother as well.
absolutely, absolutely, 100%. And so I mean, this is, it's a rough family situation for sure, but it is genuine. I don't think it was, kind of just a marketing ploy, like we'll fake controversy to have, to get buzz around the book. I mean, this was a very genuine and hurt reaction from his family who had their dirty laundry aired.
Yeah.
And when that gets out in public, of course, it's scandal, and everyone is interested in learning more about it. So I think that level of ultra transparency, airing the dirty laundry, airing the family secrets, along with the quality of the writing and the vulnerability of Knausgaard himself, I think really catapulted this thing into next level from a marketing standpoint in Europe. And then, of course, volumes two, three, four, and five come out, which are fantastic. And then by the time volume six comes out, he's actually dealing with the scandal from volume one. And so it's
Right.
almost like right, volume six, in part, touches upon the fallout from volume one.
Right, right, right. And
So,
then becomes very meta in that sense, right? It's
Really
the
does,
book
yeah.
is about itself. Yeah. And in volume one, parts of that book are about writing this book we're reading. So yeah.
Jarvis, like on the parts of this episode that Brad and I've already recorded, I was talking about book one in terms of a nonfiction, not nonfiction, it's a novel, um, but a kind of horror novel with a haunted house and a ghost at the end. Do you resonate with that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. It is very rough at times. I think that you have this villain character of the father, and anyone who has maybe experienced that or who has gone through that knows how traumatic it can be. And so I think you could very much see the rest of the book and the rest of my struggle and all of really the mental health issues and self-harming type things that Knausgaard had to struggle through, um, is really dealing with the trauma that he experienced as a kid.
Yeah, I was saying this to Brad, by the end of the first volume, when Knausgaard is lying there in bed, sleeping in this house that he's tried to renovate, um, I felt as unsettled as I felt with any horror novel I've ever read or any horror film I've ever read.
For
Mhm.
sure, for sure, absolutely, yeah. Uh, and again, the level of genuineness, right? So in parts of the book, he and in the Four Seasons Quartet as well, there's an exploration of his mental state, which is very questionable. He is not uh, particularly um, healthy and balanced.
Mhm.
I think that writing certainly helps him deal with that, but he ends up being, falling head over heels in love with a woman who has um, very profound mental health issues and previous
Right.
suicide attempts, and I've not now she ended up writing Linda Knausgaard, his now ex-wife, ended up writing um, kind of her thoughts after she was institutionalized. She was institutionalized multiple times, but um, yeah, I mean to talk about unsettling, right? I mean these are um, uh, there's a level of transparency here which is so beautiful, but um, the emotional depth that's explored is very genuine, and so it ends up being beautiful, but you don't end up coming away, sort of envying these people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and go ahead,
yeah.
Brad,
I,
please.
I was just gonna say it seems like, it's not yeah, it's not uplifting other than maybe you can kind of look at what he sort of went through and say, okay, well, I guess you can survive this stuff. Um and it's interesting. You watch or listen to an interview, in thinking, reading this book and thinking about it. I was watching some interviews with Knausgaard, and there's quite a few of them. And he's an interesting sort of personality. He has an interesting kind of charisma, and that he does seem, from my perspective, a little shaken, like a little not that he's not that he's delicate by any means, but there is almost like a PTSD quality to his how he talks and how he speaks. And part of me wondered is I've thought about this, as a writer, when he wrote My Struggle, apparently he assumed that nobody would read it. It was something he almost felt like he had to do almost to get to other writing. And you gotta kind of wonder, like, what happens to you where you're like, okay, I'm almost writing this book as like an exorcism, And it's not that I don't want people to read it, but I really wasn't expecting however many millions of people ended up reading it to read it. You
Well, I
kind
mean,
of wonder
yeah,
if that shook him a little bit, you know?
well, absolutely. I mean, how could you anticipate that a writer in Norway, of all places, is going to have a global bestseller that translated into a bazillion languages and
Right.
really catapult him into superstardom? I mean, he grew up, kind of middle class, lower middle class, and his books had created a stir in Norway, but not a global stir, right?
Hmm.
He wasn't a superstar until My Struggle came along. But I want to go back actually to something you said, was you described him as maybe delicate. I actually think that's exactly the right word
Yeah.
for Knausgaard. I mean, he's terrified of other people.
Yeah.
I think in a lot of ways he does not. For example, one of the stories that he tells in volume two, his wife is pregnant, and they're on a speedboat, and the speedboat's going a million miles an hour, and it's jumping up across the waves, and the wife is worried about having a miscarriage, and she says, "Carl, go tell
Wow.
that guy to slow down." And he's so terrified of offending him that
Oh man.
he won't do it. And then his wife, of course, is very upset. And then later there's a birth story, and he's concerned, like, well, how am I, like, let's say something goes wrong, or I have to ask for a new midwife or a new nurse or something. How I would never be able to do that. So he is sensitive, and he is delicate, and he is
Yeah.
very vulnerable around other people, and he's very afraid of being hurt. I do think a lot of that is kind of somewhat from PTSD from growing up and all the aggression he experienced. But let me say this too. Carl, he's has a lot of qualities that give him privileges and give him advantages. And so I think that these delicacies are very interesting to round out this character, because he is in real life. I mean, he is tall,
Hmm.
he's very handsome, he's very
Hmm.
charismatic, he's very intelligent. And he knows that, right? He knows
Right.
growing up, he's good looking, he's smart, he's got no problem,
He was
you
a good
know,
athlete as a kid, at
good
least too,
athlete. Sure.
right?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he has a ton of things going for him. And then, but it's all very surface level. And when you dig deeper, right, you realize how how vulnerable is this guy? How scared is this guy of other people? It really makes things
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, I noticed this in the interviews with him where I felt like he was willing to do like there's a conversation he has with Zadie Smith and there's a variety of other interviews and talks I've seen him give. And he's sort of up for it and he seems like he's being honest and trying to express himself as much as possible, but you can sort of see behind his eyes that like he's only doing this because it's sort of the deal with the devil that he made. Like
Hmm.
this is part of the thing I agreed to, but if it were up to me, actually, I would be nowhere near this room talking into this microphone to these people. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, he's very uncomfortable. And I've seen him give lectures, and there's maybe you could call it a shyness or something. He doesn't, I don't think he enjoys that process. I don't think he enjoys being exposed for other people to see.
Yeah. Yeah.
I really
Yeah. Well,
connected with the sense of him, especially in the first book, as a kind of rural guy, as someone who grew up on a cattle ranch in Oklahoma. Um, it was kind of, I don't know what I expected, but it was kind of surprising to me that people in Norway, a lot of people live in this very rural fashion. And so I kind of saw him as a, kind of Nordic country boy. Did you have a sense of that?
I think that he goes back and forth in, in a couple of ways. So I
Right.
think at one point, I can't remember which book it is. It might be book four or five, but he kind of just goes off on how he hates nature. Uh, I mean, he lives in the most beautiful country in the world, right? And
Right.
Norway is spectacular. He has no interest in the outdoors. He has no interest in hiking.
Right.
He really just doesn't care about it at all. And I, I think he does grow up as a country boy, and that certainly is woven into the stories. But I think that he's very real about it. He does not care for the outdoors. He does not care for nature. He did after high school end up becoming a teacher in northern Norway, right? So
Mm.
this is extremely remote. This little fishing village, way, way, way up north, where it was dark, around the clock for months and months of the year.
Gosh.
And I feel like part of that might have just kind of turned him off to the whole idea of the country. Um, um, just that experience. And so, after he does make it a little bit big and publishes his first novel, first thing he does, he picks up and moves to Sweden, which and
Right.
is living in a big city in Sweden. And then after My Struggle comes out, he moves to London. Um, so
Oh.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like he has those country roots, but in his heart, I feel like he's a city boy. He's an indoor
Mhm.
boy, and will probably be very comfortable living out his life in London.
Yeah.
I found it interesting. I mean, the one thing, so Aaron, in this podcast, we're kind of going back and forth. I pick a book, Aaron picks a book, and I hadn't read this before, and so it was all kind of new to me. And I've really only read the first volume, and I read a good chunk of volume six, kind of cheating, I guess. I wanted to see where it went, but I was reading, and I was, I don't know, 100 or 200 pages in, and somebody on Twitter mentioned how awful his father was. And at that point in the book, his father, you know, wasn't perhaps the ideal father, but wasn't this sort of monster that that somebody who was trying to give me the impression that he was. And I had like a little bit, it wasn't as though it spoiled it for me, but I had this bit of like, am I are my sort of my metrics for how bad a father is just vastly different? Like, because he seemed not that different from my dad in the first couple hundred pages. And I just thought there was this fascinating aspect of this book to me where like there's a kind of a big jump in time in some ways in between his adolescence and then his adulthood. I personally was kind of shocked by the fact that his father effectively fell off a cliff into alcoholism. I don't know if if you can remember back to reading it for the first time, if that was surprising to you, or was I sort of missing something that was building all along?
Yeah, I don't think you were missing anything. I do think
Yeah.
it's a jarring realization. Growing up, his father is strict but kind of fastidious, and so he's
Hmm.
he's very interested in rule following. He's very interested in keeping things clean and tidy. And so there is kind of a level of strictness there. And so to see the descent after in later in his life when he descent from alcoholism and the absolute filth that he found himself in. And that is, I think, a very jarring contrast, right? Because you've got the most fastidious, strictest man in the world who
Right.
then becomes a complete slob and a complete mess. And I think that contrast has got to be intentional by Knausgaard.
Yeah, yeah, that did seem to be the case to me. It was just yeah, it ends up being fairly jarring. And I don't know. I suppose different people sort of fall into alcoholism at sort of different stages of their life. But I mean, his dad was. I think the sort of the conceit here is that Knausgaard is writing this book at the same age in which his father sort of stepped out, right? And entered the second phase of his life. It kind of made me wonder if, Knausgaard is thinking that he basically wrote this book instead of becoming his father or something
Well,
like that.
alcohol, I think, plays a very major theme in some of the
Hmm.
books that you skipped, and I won't
Yeah.
give that away. But
Yeah.
one of the lines, and this might have been one of the high school era or college era scenes in the middle book. but he just goes, I just love to drink. I love drinking, and I just want to drink all the time. And I wish I could just wake up in the morning and start drinking. It makes me feel so good. And all I
Mhm.
want to do is be drunk all the time.
Mhm.
And that's really in his heart. And he knows that. And he does drink a lot. And it does get him into trouble.
Well,
And
that
there are
happens in volume one. I mean, he talks about the moment where he sort of blacks out and pukes, and he's sort of proud of it as like a teenager, you know. That so some of that is definitely here in volume one. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and explored in more detail with even more drama
Mm.
later on in some of the subsequent volumes. But yeah, I think that we've talked about right trauma and legacy of the rough childhood. The middle books, I feel like um, alcohol and horniness are really some of the major themes of and because it is adolescence, right? So you're dealing
Mhm.
with a party environment, and you're also dealing with desire for women, and
Yeah.
so he um, uh, is constantly chasing women and um, having them chase him, and there's relationships that are explored in a good deal of depth. But I mean, it really comes to the forefront, I think, in those. You would think maybe the middle books as the great, brilliant writer is growing up, he's going to be, focused on honing his craft and trying to
Right.
figure out what to write to change the world, But not really. I think that he's primarily focused on where the next drink is coming from and where the next girl is coming from.
Yeah, I mean, whom among us, right? But it's but I found one of the more humorous parts of volume one anyway, and also sort of cringy but on purpose, effectively cringy, is the handful of times that he sort of fumbles a girlfriend, a girl that's interested in him. You know, the
Hmm.
girl who
Hmm.
just tells him straight up that she likes him, and he's like, "I don't like you." Um,
Right.
the other girl, even though he did, the other girl, where because of some deal he had with a friend from another school, he asked his girlfriend to get a picture of the prettiest girl in school so he could, uh, so he could basically give it to his buddy from a different school. Just these like awkward, everybody's got an awkward, at least one awkward moment, if not 100 of them from their teenage years dealing with the opposite sex. But I actually thought that those were like it's kind of sad and cringy as they were. They were actually, I found those to be almost comic relief in this book, which, kind of needs it, especially considering the second half.
Yeah, it really does, and I think that ends up being kind of a lifelong issue with Knausgaard is the fumbling and the cringe behavior. Like we talked about, there is a radical transparency here, and so
Hmm.
those are events that end up getting explored, and yeah, it is pretty painful at times, but it does provide some comic relief throughout the series.
He really does have, I was just thinking as you guys were talking, Knausgaard really does have the real deal alcoholism where, you know, the way it affects different people. Alcohol, when I was in college and I would drink, it just made me sleepy. And then I had horrible hangovers and I never really sought it out. But for people who have the real deal alcoholism, it it hits them and it's euphoria, like complete euphoria.
Yeah.
Um, gosh, poor bastard.
Yeah, well, if you frame it like that, I mean, I don't really drink much alcohol now. I'm not a teetotaler either, but certainly, I had my time. And the only thing that kind of got in the way was like, um, being productive sort of makes me happy. And so I
Right.
didn't really get a hangover until I was like 24 or 25. And then at that point, I was like, oh shit, I gotta not like, this is going to take my whole weekend up. I got stuff to do. That's kind of what interrupted it for me. But yeah, otherwise, I probably could have gone that same route.
Yeah, and I think for Knausgaard, just he talks about again, he's very good at conveying how he feels, right? All of the books are
Mhm.
about him and about his feeling. You could call it self-centered, and it really is, but I mean, I think that the whole purpose of the project is to radically interrogate your own life. I mean, and so he talks about how alcohol just makes him, swirl and flail and all of the feelings and all of the emotions that I think that come with being drunk frequently. But people will see, the books on the shelf and are like, what? First of all, the title, right? Is this guy
Yes.
Right,
not a Nazi? What's going on? And I say, no,
Right.
he's not. And then they say, well, what? Okay, well, what is the struggle? Why did this guy write so much? I'm like, well, it's an autobiography. And they say, okay, well, he must have done something interesting. And I'm like, not really.
right.
He
He
wrote this
grew up.
book.
He he grew up. He went to college. He got married. He had some kids. I mean that. How do you write a 6 volume autobiography where you don't really do anything particularly interesting? And the way that you do it is, I mean, it's again radical interrogation of your own interiority,
Mm.
which is just, I don't know if anyone has done it quite like Knausgaard with the length, with the depth, and but you don't get tired of reading this book,
No,
right?
Right.
When
no.
at the end of the 6 volumes, you want a seventh. I mean, it really, you don't get sick of it at all. And yeah, but if someone comes up and looks over your shoulder, and what they're going to see is, I woke up, I went to the bathroom, I went out on the patio, and I lit up a cigarette, and it's a lot of very kind of ordinary things, very, very ordinary things that somehow end up in these really beautiful places.
It creates
Yeah.
this weird intimacy too between the reader and Knausgaard as narrator. There's a weird feeling of connection with him. I think that's what's
But you just
pleasurable.
yeah, you know him so well by
Right.
the end. I mean, if he feels like a friend, right? I mean, you know this guy, you know all his high points and his low points and his strengths and his vulnerabilities, and so the intimacy is very very significant.
It's kind of like a 3,000 page hang in a weird way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Brad and I talked quite a bit in the other parts of this episode about, just what is Knausgaard's struggle? What's the struggle he's referencing? We came up with some ideas about that. What do you think?
I think he defines it explicitly a couple of times throughout
Hmm.
it, but very briefly. But I think that the struggle is just life, right? The struggle is life, and it's whatever you're going through at that time that poses the struggle. And so I think the first time he defines it, the struggle within that context is, he wants to be a great writer, he wants to be a legendary writer, but he also wants to be a good husband and a good father. And so how do
Right.
you do that, right? And especially when your wife is mentally ill and can't always contribute, and in a way is someone you have to look after, just like the kids. I mean it's impossible. I have 5 kids personally, so now I've
Wow.
just given up all other dreams, which is convenient for
Right.
me. But Knausgaard still wants to be a great writer, and he is a great writer, but he also has to be the breadwinner and also take care of a mentally ill wife and 3 kids. That is, to put it mildly, a struggle, right?
Yeah.
And there's no good solution here, because he's either going to have to, significantly, delay or hamper his time for writing, or be a lousy husband and a father. So that's a challenge.
Yeah, I think that's well said. Brad and we were talking about the struggle as being who and what am I? What is the nature of me,
Hmm.
Knausgaard? And I think Brad is the one who started us down that road and got me thinking about that.
Yeah,
Well, you
yeah,
said,
and I'd be curious to
okay.
hear that as well. But I think that's, my preliminary instincts say that, yeah, that's exactly
Well,
right.
Well, I mean, I definitely gravitated to the part that you're talking about, Jarvis, the conflict between the sort of family obligations and the dream. And I mean, I think that's part of the appeal of this book, and it's enjoyed obviously by people who aren't just writers, but is it everybody, most people at some point have a conflict like that in their life, right? Where you got to like choose between some kind of pragmatic thing and maybe something that's a little bit more a little bit more of a dream. And when I was reading that, I felt my own personal frustration with something very similar, sort of just being acknowledged. Like, and that was a moment of connection between me and Knausgaard. I felt like, yeah, man, I get it. I get it. I probably would never say that in detail the way that you did and talk about, yelling at your kids or whatever and how it's all tied together. But I see that and I feel like you touched on something that you exorcised something. Um, but for me, it was especially the sort of the who am I, what am I question comes when he's dealing with his father. I mean, I think this is part of the whole emotional reaction he has to his father dying is it's sort of like, well, that's just like a different version of me, this guy that just died, right? And I sort of hated him. And yet, how can I really hate him when I see so much of myself in him? Is there some kind of responsibility I had as a son, perhaps, to pull him away from the edge of the cliff? Um, yeah, I mean, it's
Well,
painful.
yeah,
That
that
yeah.
it's totally painful, and the notions of legacy and identity are so strong, and that's definitely central to the struggle. I love that you brought up the scene where he yells at his kid in book two because I mean, he couldn't really make it any more transparent, right? My father was
Mhm.
abusive to me, and
Right.
now he has realized he loses his mind and starts yelling at his own kid, and she is defiant and she's laughing at him. And
Mhm.
he puts his hand on her heart and it's beating a mile a minute and it
Amazing.
hits him. Like it hits him. Oh, wait, she's not laughing. She's not resisting my discipline. She's laughing because she's terrified of me.
Right. Oh
Amazing.
And
my God.
yeah, I mean, gosh, that was just I mean, an incredible scene, and you find yourself rooting for Canal Scarred, and I think later in some of the other books he talks about seeing his own kids act out in anger and things like that, and so you're really pulling for him and say, gosh, I hope this family doesn't just perpetuate this cycle of trauma and abuse on each other.
Yeah, and at the very end of book one, when he's lying there in bed, scared out of his mind about, his father's ghostly presence in this haunted house, there's this moment where I mean, he uses this kind of language. His father takes possession of him,
Mhm.
right? And so it's interesting in the very next book. Oh, what does he do? He does the exact thing his father used to do to him.
Yeah, I mean it's a sobering moment for sure.
And it, honestly, I mean, I kind of respect we kind of referred to the way in which this project of his is arguably self-indulgent. And I think probably when I first heard about it years ago, I didn't read it, but I kind of, it came across my feed or whatever. I probably had the initial response of like, yeah, it seems kind of self-indulgent. I don't need to read that. And now that I've read it, I read at least some of it. I'm enthralled by it. But I kind of think, sure, it is self-indulgent, but it feels like I almost started to feel like he was Knausgaard's in some ways making a sacrifice of vulnerability so the rest of us can like work through some stuff in a way. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's kind of
Y-
my, yeah,
Yeah, it totally makes sense, and I agree. And this, um, you know, I mean, he writes down everything, right?
yeah.
He writes it all. So you do have that intimacy, and uh, like I said, I just don't know if anyone else has done it quite like him in exposing all of it in such great detail. There's other biographies that have, admitted weaknesses and you get a fuller picture of this person. But really, I mean, if you're writing a 350 page autobiography, I mean, it's going to give you a sketch, right? People are way
Mhm.
more complex and nuanced, and their influences and their traumas and their desires and their dreams and their contradictions. You're not going to get a full picture of that in 350 pages. And so this guy is taking thousands of pages, and going over events over and over again. And it's all about him. There's no there, and I want to be clear about that. I really feel like there's no other characters in the book because
Interesting.
you don't. No, obviously there are other characters in the sense that Knausgaard is talking with people and giving you a sense of them as well, but they're not explored as entities in and of themselves. They are only explored insofar as they affect Knausgaard, right?
Yes.
Right.
It's all about him, which is why I was so surprised with that Edward Monk book that it's not really about Monk. It's about Knausgaard's reaction to Monk. And so you really do get, a 3,600 odd page, whatever the final count is, to get to know someone in a lot of radical depth. And then, by the way, the Four Seasons Quartet kind of picks up where that leaves off. It's an inferior work, no question, but it's almost like a postscript for the whole thing. You
Oh,
you
wow.
get you get more Knausgaard. It's very similar in theme.
From the moment, yeah, I was thinking as you were saying that, from the moment Knausgaard titles the first book and it's published, and he maybe didn't realize it where it was headed necessarily. From the moment he titles it My Struggle, he is on a collision course with the human in history he's most unlike, which is Adolf Hitler. And then finally in the sixth book, he takes that head on with this 300 page, I mean, what do you even call it? Essay,
Right.
right, about Hitler, which is very interesting. Brad said something I thought was really insightful is that Knausgaard makes Adolf Hitler, he turns him from a monster back into a man so that the reader can fully comprehend the horror of Adolf Hitler. Because if he's a monster, he's not of us. But if he is a being, is if he's a man like we are men, that's truly terrifying.
That's so beautiful, and I completely agree because he does paint this softer portrait of Hitler as a young man, but it isn't to make us like Hitler or sympathize with Hitler or anything like that. It's not pro-Hitler, but what it is exploring how his traumas and his issues contributed to the monster that he became, which
Mhm.
obviously is the whole point of the My Struggle book, right? About
Right.
Right.
how Knausgaard's influences had helped shape who he was. But hopefully, and we all have trauma in various ways. But I think that something you said earlier, he Knausgaard does this in the hopes that if we can know our shared humanity a little bit better, maybe we don't become the monster that we could become. We could become a better version of ourselves, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder, something I always think about with storytelling, particularly in fiction. Um, a character is a character, or a character is a protagonist if that character changes. Do you think, in a significant dramatic way, the character of Knausgaard in this novel experiences a serious change?
Hmm.
I do. I do. And I feel like it's certainly a process, but I think that he changes throughout the book. I don't think there's one
Mhm.
particular event that changes him. But if I had to select one, it would probably be the death of the father and his kind of dealing with the fallout of that. I think certainly gives him pause about the man that that he's become. But certainly throughout the book, I think that I don't know if he's undergoing one change, but he's undergoing um, a a series of changes that ultimately I think lead to a decent place kind of by the end of book six. And if anyone has finished the entire six volumes, the final sentence of book six really throws you for a loop, and you're like, where did that come from? I mean, it ends in a very kind of shocking place.
Oh, well, that's it. I got to look this up right now.
No, no, don't
I'm not
don't
gonna.
spoil it.
Okay.
It's an honestly, I thought, I mean, it's just like inexplicable ending of book six. But in any event, keep at it to make it all the way through because it is. Uh, uh, I think that in some ways you could say that you don't really get to that big reveal until the final sentence
Wow.
of book six. And by the way, just a little shout out because I am a big fan of Audible. So I have the paper books, I've read the paper books, but I've also listened to them on Audible. This series is narrated by Eduardo Ballerini, and he is probably, in my view, the best narrator alive today who's actively working. He does many books a year. He has also done some Cormac McCarthy for you, Aaron, but he does an incredible job of bringing Knausgaard to life, and it's very convenient to listen to it because who has time to sit down and read a 3,600 page novel?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, one final question for you, Jarvis. When a man deals with the death of his father or experiences the death of his father, I suppose there are a number of different outcomes. One outcome is what happens to Knausgaard at the end of book one, where that man takes possession of you, that spirit takes possession of you. Um, and obviously, there are other potential outcomes. What do you guys think those are? What are the other outcomes other than having your father take possession of you?
Mhm.
It's a it's a really that's a fairly profound question, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't had to confront that yet, but I've watched friends and family have to confront that and deal with that thing. I think particularly for a man losing his father, there does become this sort of and it kind of depends on the nature of who your father was and the relationship you have with him. I mean, you see, Knausgaard, before he finds out his father dies, he hates his father, right? Well, do you really hate somebody who you then have this emotional reaction to them, or were you lying to yourself to prevent yourself from having to deal with something other than some other feeling other than love, right? Um, so there's certainly that. I mean, but I could see there's probably some idealistic version of it happening in which it sort of inspires you to even double down on becoming the best person you can possibly be, Like maybe I can die that way one day with people around me and, it's like you die and there's a golf clap by everybody, right? I
Mm.
don't know. It's an interesting question though, for sure.
Like so
Well,
many.
yeah,
Go ahead, Jarvis,
Go ahead.
please.
yeah. Just briefly, I want to note. Um, Knausgaard seems to be preoccupied with death, like many great writers and great thinkers, but he's also preoccupied with religion, which is not something that is shared by a ton of great writers, at least that we celebrate now. And so Knausgaard, if I understand his biography correctly, is not at all religious. I think he would call himself an atheist, and yet he religion is a frequent theme in his writing. He wrote an entire book on angels. He also wrote or is writing right now a kind of a religious fiction book about what appears to be the end of the world, called The Morning Star, and which touches on issues of again life and death and religion, and kind of who are we as a people, and where are we going. And it gets very trippy, and it's a good series. I'm kind of curious to see how he wraps it up. But he was also invited to contribute to a new um, Norwegian translation of the Bible. And so it's kind of this curious thing where you have this person who is an atheist who, and yet it seems to be very interested, not only in the Bible but also in the potential transformative aspects of religion. And what if God could speak to us and tell us who he wanted us to be and who we were designed to be. I feel like that's a big undercurrent in everything he's written.
That's very interesting. And there's a time in the first book where he he calls himself a Christian, right?
Yeah, when he's a
Yeah,
young
so
man.
he
Yeah.
was confirmed in the Church of Norway as a young man, and it's almost kind of a rebellious thing, right? Because his father wants nothing to do with it, and but he is confirmed, and then he ultimately leaves the church and is an atheist, and I think he really kind of fancies himself as a urbane, sophisticated, intelligent, cosmopolitan materialist, right? I mean, that's in his own mind, I feel like that's how he tries to present himself is I'm educated, I live in the big city, I'm very interested in art and literature and things like that. And obviously atheism and political leftism and things like that kind of go hand in hand. But certainly he likes to explore these other aspects, and I feel like he just has this curiosity about religion that is very interesting, and not what you would normally expect for the cosmopolitan set.
Interesting. Brad, to close us out, what do you have?
Oh, I don't have a whole lot. I mean, Jarvis, this has helped me understand this book that I'm reading. I really like kind of bringing it to this religious uh aspect of the book, because to me it felt like volume one was a guy who didn't know it but was actually looking for God in some way. And so it's interesting to kind of bring it back to that. And then, yeah, framing him as he wants to see himself. It is interesting to think about a writer who, whose sort of stated beliefs are, as you said, this kind of urbane, cosmopolitan, essentially atheist or secular at least. Um, but the man has written hundreds of pages of religious fiction, not just in my bits and pieces in my struggle, but these other books you're talking about. That's a very curious um, contradiction, I feel like. And of course, contradictions are what make people interesting. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that if you reject religion for your sins, the gods make you create one.
I think there's some truth to that. Yeah.
Mhm.
And in some sense, this is what Knausgaard is doing with these supernatural texts he's working with. Jarvis, this has been an absolute pleasure to have you on. It's been fantastic.
Mhm.
Well, thanks for having me. Big fan of you guys, and best of luck on the
Yeah.
podcast.
All
Thanks,
right.
man.
Thanks so much, buddy. Take care now.
Yeah. All right,
Bye.
thanks, guys. Bye.